Whoopsie. Start there, move over there. What are we going to do? Are we there? Are we blah, 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 blah right now? Are we blah, 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 blah? Good morning out there. How's everybody doing out there? Yes, take the money and run. Yes. We'll run up some more, but yeah, you always, always, always take the money and run. Hold on a minute here. Hey, take the money and run. You renegotiate the trade. You always take the money and run. And then you renegotiate. So you can go to a higher strike, something like that. Well, that's a good question. I got to switch right into the show this morning because directionally speaking, they're going to reprice options. So you take that money and run. You renegotiate at a lower price. You don't double down.
UCB's DeGuindo says we have found some links between commercial real estate and mutual funds.
You literally take the money and run. Take the money and run on the open. Let them reprice options. Dealers aren't going to give you a free ride these days. HFTs aren't going to give you a free ride. Algorithms aren't going to give you a free ride. Like the days of free rides in the market are over. As a matter of fact, it's a good topic too because a lot of swing trades these days, when they're in the money, you take it and run. Because of the violent moves in the market. We'll talk about that this morning. We'll have a little conversation about how it used to be and how it is right now. So we'll talk about that. It's a question of frequency. Like, not that we don't still have the same sine wave. It's that it's so compact now that we're used to enter the bottom of a channel and wait a week for a monthly or something or 2 week, 3 week call. As soon as that shit's in the money, you take the money and run. It used to not be like that, but it's gotten worse. Good question this morning. Always, especially if you're especially the S&P 500. If you come into the money, in a cash market or something, on an overnight gap up, something like that, you take the money and you renegotiate the trade. Even if it's like a weekly or a monthly, the moment you're in the money, you just get out. If you're actually in the money, take it and run. So we'll talk about that right now. Where to buy in, and there's some gaps down below to close. Good morning, David. How are you, brother? Hey, by the way, I think if you're an admin or special moderator or anything like that,
rate swaps show a 2 and 3
you're
chance
getting
of Bank
access to the
England
tool
rate
this
rise
morning.
next week,
It couldn't get it
down from
done
around
yesterday, but
3 and
this
4
morning it's
before the
happening. So
ECB
just be aware of that. If you want access to the tool and you are a moderator or an admin, get with the admins. I haven't spoken to the admins yet, but they're going to ask you for your trading view handle. You can get access to it this morning. Good morning, by the way. But yeah, if you're an overnight call holder, take that fucking money and run. Please.
This
Please.
stream is sponsored by
And if you think we're going to continue to go up from here, renegotiate at a lower strike,
futures,
put that
Forex,
money in
and
your
stock
pocket.
instruments.
And
get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
that's a big part of that's a big part of a problem around here is that we do a lot of I see a lot of people that cherry pick. There's a lot of cherry picking around here. Like people won't follow shout outs on stock tickers. Then they didn't buy gas, right? They didn't buy oil. And then they take 1 0-8 day trade and they blow it up, or they win 2 or 3 in a row. They're doubling down on every trade until they blow it up, So that's a great question, by the way, this morning. Do you take the money on the gap up? Yes, you do. You take the money, you renegotiate the trade. We have to do a whole thing on rules on that stuff because I know it happens a lot around here. There's a lot of cherry picking that goes on around here, and I'm always suspect. People will blow up a trade, and they'll be like, I'm hurting, and I'm like, let's look at your trades as a whole, and it's not pretty, right? And the size is not pretty. DCA and pulling off, all that kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, this tool should kind of help you. And as a matter of fact, right now, for all the rules that I've taught you, even this long short thing here, we're going to go over that at some point, what it means. And specifically right now, this is a 30-minute chart. If we go to this is a 1-minute chart, but if we go to a 30-minute chart, let me ask you a question. So if we're on a 30-minute chart right now, and take a look at me with me right now, okay? Take one quick look. So just looking right here, can it continue to go up? Yeah, sure it can. So if it stays above the 1-minute trigger, sure, I'll stay long. But where are you getting long? Are you getting long on velocity where we are right now? No, this is not the entry point, is it? You're looking for some negative velo, right? We know that this is positive here, supportive. But these down here are not optimum, right? And optimum always matters. So this is a 30-minute chart that we're looking at right now. But if we were to go to a 1-minute chart, if we're to go to a 1-minute chart here, we are at the bottom of this channel heading higher. Let's see if I can go to a trigger screen here. We are still within trend here. Well, let's be honest here. So we're still in trend right here. And you see this one pulling back right now, right? Still 1 minute's getting a little weak, 5 minutes getting a little bit weak. 30 minute still holding up. But where would you want to buy in here? You don't have to get every single trade, right? You don't have to always trade SPY, but if you were given the opportunity to buy down here, you probably would, right? Just like down here, down here, down here. Now, if price gets above the 1MT, sure, we can trade that. We can trade that if it does stay above. So we'll look at that right now. Give me a quick second here. So on this Webull chart here, we had PT1 yesterday. We've got PT2 today. And then we had that PT3 for Friday here. We are still standing on this EMA right here, right?
UK interest rate swaps show more than 60% chance that Bank of England rate cycle will peak at 5.5%.
Let me pause this for a minute here. So, what would I say here? I guess what would be the question here would be, if we get above R2 and we successfully defend this white line right here and you want to take a ride up, I'd say yeah. But I'd let it open up for a minute too, right? So if someone's selling calls into you right now and you don't quite know it, right? You come down here and they're just selling calls into you, think we're going up. Calls are being sold into you, and then all of a sudden there's that roll down here, fill that gap. You kind of gotta be upset, right? If you didn't close your calls on the open this morning. Now, one of my rules is, if we had not gone up and we actually went down, and my overnight calls were burning, they're probably screwed. But I will hold them. I won't sell them because they've lost so much on them, right? Maybe I'll DCA them. Sometimes I'll leave them on, even if we are going to catch the bounce, and just buy a higher strike, right? So that I can at least catch back up on this bad trade. But when we are printing on the open, always take the money and run. All of those options are typically repriced. If you back trade this trade, you're gonna win more times than lose if you take the money on the open. If you're already green, I've had more losses inside of this little area here in a gap up, even if we continue higher. So I have held these on, right? Let's say I bought down here at 10 cents. And these are now 30 cents, right? Oftentimes, if I don't close them immediately, they will go back down to like 12 cents. Boom, 12 cents. Thank you very much. Hang tight here. Appreciate that. And then still rip higher to 0.40 cents, let's say, okay? But the fact that we came back down to 12 cents, that's annoying, right? You do all that work to make all that money coming up here, and you're literally are renegotiating, and you're literally putting your 10 to 30 cents back on the line again. That's like tripling your bet. So why wouldn't you put the 10 on, take the 30, and then renegotiate for 10 cents? Pocket the 20. That gives you 3 or 2 more trades, right? It just sounds bizarre. So if you're taking a winning overnight trade and it pays, take the money. Take it off the bell every single time, even if you miss out on the upside. Gains are gains, right? And if let's say you take the money here at 30 cents and we begin to gap up, you could always immediately jump in on 0.10s, right, for that next gap up here if you're that committed. And if you're wrong, you're still walking away with 100% trade, right? It was 10 cents. You made 30, and you're able to put more risk on if you wanted to. Walk away with 100% trade. Not as happy as you would have been just taking the 30 and waiting, but at least you're not walking away at 0, and you at least make 100% on that trade. You get what I'm saying? I hope you do. Good morning, everybody. So we got a gap down here. Hourly trigger, 446.97. We have trend line, right? Yesterday we said this is the place to buy dips. We also said if we have half an hour closing bars down here, I am a seller, right? Do we get half an hour closing bars down here? No. Right? And they ran a stopgap up here, right? So they're chasing all these stops up here, right? Chased all of these stops. So we want to look for a dip buy more than likely right down here. More than likely right down here. If we don't come down there and we just recover and start trading higher, we get above this PT or this R2, we'll take another long, right? Take another long. And even if we continue higher here, I guarantee you they're repricing options in here. There's no free rides on this train. As a matter of fact, we have to talk about this later, but the CME had a meeting. I don't know how many of you know about this, but they had a meeting, I want to say 3 or 4 weeks ago. And it was like a summit. I'm going to assume that order flow sellers were there. I'm going to assume they were there in the back of the room or something, but there was big discussion on the rise of retail traders and the use of zero dates. So I'm going to doubt right away, especially knowing, I don't know how much you guys know, but JPM, GS, bunch of banks saying they're using AI now, or at least LLMs. And then you had the Fed come out maybe 6 months ago, 3 months ago or something, and they said they were using AI to their advantage to gauge sentiment on FinTwit. They actually were scanning for specific archaic terminology from professionals, non-archaic terminology from retailers, and basing policy around the sentiment from FinTwit. So when you get told that from banks are telling you they're using high frequency trading now with AI, you've got the Fed using the same techniques, admittedly, and then you get the CMO coming out and saying, "Hey, we're having meetings about these day traders." I'm going to assure you that, or what I've noticed recently is, I know that some of it's that vol is crushed, but I've noticed recently that it's been becoming harder to trade 0 dates, probably the last 3-4 weeks, and that was right after that meeting, the knowledge of that meeting dropped. So if there was a poignant time to take the money on a 0 date overnight hold, it's probably right now from this point forward. We'll have one more quick note on this topic, and I used to discuss this. I used to discuss this about the stock market and the rise of high frequency trading. You used to be able to buy a call or a put, doesn't matter, and the market would follow some kind of a normal track in price. This would be like the price going up or the price going down. It was a little bit more normal. You had like a flow to things. You know, this was even maybe 7 or 8 years ago, 10 years ago. You could enter a put and come back. You know, in like a week or two, you'd like buy a monthly put, come back in 2 weeks, and your puts would be in the money. And you'd be happy camper. You'd close them up. Same with calls. You know what it's like these days? They've got these little gremlins, and what they're doing is they're coming in and they're just destroying the entire trip up and down. So that by the time you get to where you want to go, you're not getting paid, right? You're like in here, and that all these options have just been juiced. You know, so this is much harder to trade than this ever was, right? This nice smooth track, right? That we're juicing every move these days. I notice now that if I ever trade a monthly, those things can print in like a day sometimes, 2 days, 3 days, or whatever I wanted out of them. What I thought would take a week or two can sometimes take 1-2 days. And they go right back down to the depths of hell, worthless again. Then I got to wait for one more of those big giant swings higher. So it's still holding right now. You know where I want to buy down here, this HT. You know where the pivot is. You know where trend is down here. We're going to look at the trigger really quick. We're going to go to the 30-minute time frame here. You can see a nice little roll happening up here. You got to love it. Let's also look down here, right? We're in an uptrend on a 30-minute. I want you to pay attention to two things. See how it's written right here, bear plane. See how this one is written right here, bull plane. This was the bear trap right here. That was the bear trap if you didn't know it. Right there was the bear. Right here was the bear trap right there. You got the bear plane, whoop, right down there. And they immediately turn it back into a bull plane. And you know what's crazy about this right here is this happens very infrequently. Very infrequently. And let's talk about this. I'm not going to draw all that out, but let me show you something here, something important that I want you to see. So you can see that it's written right here, right? Bear plane, bull plane, right? How quickly this happened. So the bear trap actually happened way back here on the 9th. That's where the bear trap was. You might not know that, but that's where it happened. We're in a bull plane right now going to the upside. You guys want to know how long those last? Usually for a pretty decent move. Usually a pretty decent move. Back here, this one was a huge move to the upside, right? Woohoo! 453. We got a bull and a bear plane. This was a trap for the bulls right here. This is actually when it came. No, it came out up here. But you can see the bull bear plane right there is another one. And you can actually see the last one that took place was way down here. Way. There it is, right back there. Back in May 4th to be exact. So we are right now in a bull plane. So we are bullish. See it right there? We are in a bull plane, and we're looking for a place to buy a dip. So if there was a place to buy a dip on this trend up, this uptrend that we're in, we got one right there. We got one right there. Where would you want to buy this one? Somewhere down in here if you could, right? Whoop, right up there and trade that. So what are we looking at down there to buy if possible, unless we get above the 1 minute trigger, right? Let's take a closer look there and just take a peek and see. So worst case, and not worst case, but right around horseshoes and hand grenades, we've got 446.58. So 446.58 should be the deepest that we go. And where does that put us right here? 446.58 right here. So they're telling you worst case scenario, if you're trying to buy that one right there. See that? So here it is right down here, 446.58. It's right by the pivot. HT would be your first area of interest, right? Hopefully, if you were listening to this broadcast, when I first came on this morning, you took the money and you ran. And so right down here, you're going to look to fill this gap if you can, right? First area of interest, I should say, is right in here. Second area of interest right there. Third area of interest right in here. So if you're a bull, that's what you're trying to buy. And you know not to buy that stuff, right? You know not to buy that stuff until what happens? Until that white line comes back down and gets underneath it, right? And this turns back into a buy zone, right? See what I'm saying? So just be very conscious of this when this happens. Whether this happens here, or here, that's when you get long, okay? That's when you put risk on into the market. So right now, are you trying to buy a dip right now? Everybody in chat should say, no, Captain. No. I'm not trying to buy a dip, Captain. Not at the moment. That's right. Say that in the chat. No, Captain. Not right now. I'm waiting, Captain. Beartown Sheriff. He's like, yes, start buying dips right now. Feed my puts. Well, if you're a bear out there, you've got the inverted V-shaped recovery. the upside down V-shaped recovery right now for bears. Oh man. So right down here. So I just got, someone said I just got murdered last week buying HT and DT. Let's look at that. Let's see if that's true or not. Let's find out if that's a real statement or a fake statement. Looks fake to me. I mean, like, this isn't rocket science here, is it? Let's take a look at rocket science here. Nice big negative velo down here. What do? Whoop, you buy the dip. Nice big right here dip. What do? You buy the dip. What are we looking for over here? Same shit, right? Looking for that same shit over there, aren't we? Looking for that same shit to buy the dip. Are we there right now? No. No, we're not there right now. We can see when we are there, right? There's one, there's two, and now we're looking for that next one over there, right? No. So let's keep an eye on this morning, and we'll see if we can buy a dip in the market. We go to a 1 minute chart here on SPY. Sitting right now on trend. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave this up for you this morning right down here. And you're going to see the cross right now. You'll see this positioning switch to short here in just a moment. They're just looking for this here to go down. Bears looking for rejection on 448.50 to go down. So main screen, keep your eyes right here on the bottom. By the way, Thinkorswim is down for me this morning, so we've got no Thinkorswim. But right down here, if you watch right down there, we want to see if the Bears can get this. Now watch me closely down here. Let me get back on this Weeble chart. Let's pay attention to this right here really quick. So watch this right now. These sellers are trying to confirm a move down, right? Here, let me make that red. These sellers are looking for a reversal candle here to sell this down. Now, if they cannot do that, there's a 5 minute chart, by the way. If they cannot do that, you'll see a 5 minute bar right here, right? You'll see a 5 minute bar right here. You'll see a rejection candle here, more than likely, right? You'll see this reverse to the upside. And then you can take that trade to the upside here. Okay, and you're going to look for 449.60 next. So pay attention to this right here as well. Keep your eyes on this. Notice how the bulls are actually buying this back right now. Not what a bear wants to see, right? So pay attention to this right here. Throw another target right up here. Watch these sellers get overrun right now. Pay attention to this R2. That was already hit. Here goes your candle right now. Just want some confirmation that we're going to go higher and do an explosive move up. Just waiting for this confirmation right here on the right here. I'm waiting for this one small confirmation right here. That's actually going to hold. And if that holds, that means the buyers are here. So we're going to find out right now. We're going to confirm it right now if they are here. You want to see what I'm talking about here? I'll show you. Patience. No longs yet. They still have the chance. Still have the chance to squeeze this down, so. Or to send it down, I should say. can't believe they got Dixie up over $1.05 right now. You know what else is funny is HYG. We'll take a look at that. Apple looking extremely bullish right now. If you are keep your eyes on Apple. There's some rotation into it right now. Apple needs to get over 175.30. Target to the upside 178.96. Don't forget that 180 target we talked about into Friday. Apple 0 to 8 Friday, 180 has been destroyed. And the following strike on Apple, the 180 for next expiry, should get some love at some point. They had like a 250,000 calls on 180 for the Apple event, and they've been routed. They have been routed. Dealers don't care. They took all your money, so wherever they run that, if they run that 180 into Friday. Tesla with a dip buy right now, too. HYG coming back down to close some gappage. Still no trade here. Still no trade. Let's watch this trigger screen right here. I wonder if I can do like a side-by-side. Patience, bulls. Always pays. Always pays, bulls. Just be patient. No confirmation bounce right now. Still being rolled to the downside. Patience, bulls. Let me bring this over so you can see it. Wonder if I can just mute this. Give me a second here. Just mute this. Can I mute bookmap maybe? Oh, dude, that works for today. Works just fine. There we go. Put that over there. That's much better for today, as the bookmap is dead. So just, oh, that's right. You would have been caught in that bad boy right there, right? You didn't check the confirmation bounce to go higher. Would have been in some trouble here, wouldn't you have? Let that shit breathe. See, this wasn't no confirmation bounce, right? This candle did not get that green bar, did it? Traded up, right? No bounce off this red candle, so you didn't get the green bar right here, right? No green bar right here, no trade for you, right? No trade to the upside. Which way are we going right now? We're going short, right? What does it say up here? What does that say right there? Confirmed to be short, right? Do you have a long on when you see that flip to red? Fuck no. Fuck no, you don't. Let's watch how this resolves itself right here. Who's Mary? Who's Mary, by the way? Hey, Mary, what's going on? Which Mary are you? I know a few Marys. Hold on a second here. Hi, Mary. Who are you? Sorry, I know Mary's. I just want to make sure I get the right Mary. Well, let me check my thing here. Who's commenting in the chat right now? Let's see who's in the chat. I haven't changed anything. Is that Mary the Landscaper? It's Mary the Landscaper? Too funny. Chris the Plumber? Yeah, we have Chris the Plumber. We got Bob the Stapler guy in the basement. I thought it was Mary. Yeah, Mary the Landscaper, right? We got Mary the Landscaper. We got Main Street Bob. He works in the basement. Too funny, too funny, too funny. What up, Bazra? Yeah, you know what we'll do is we'll leave the chat open this morning. We'll leave the chat open this morning. See how that goes. Yeah, and I gotcha. Now I gotcha. I'm like, who's Mary? I'm like, which Mary? Which Mary are we talking about here? Mary the Landscaper, though. We know who she is. Jerome's still. That's why whenever I hear Jerome say higher for longer, I'm like, it's because of Mary. It's because of Mary. They might not have to raise rates, but they got to keep them high enough so that Mary's lawnmower breaks down. And she's either taking like a 30% loan on a credit card, or she doesn't qualify anymore. One or the other with the tightening. Is that Mr. Garrison, by the way? That's what I always think about. What? Hey, any of you guys out there have an Amex card with Sky Club with Delta? Any of you guys get all that shit about Delta Airlines and Amex? I'm kind of like one of my favorite, like one of the best deals I've ever had. Not best, like top 20. Was Delta Sky Lounge or Sky Club, whatever the heck it's called. They don't have them everywhere, but they were such a sweet deal. Like, get some food, chill out, wash your face, get a drink. They're not the best bar in the world, but at least it's an open free bar included. Or it was when I haven't been to a Sky Club in at least pre-COVID, but I used to go all the time. I went like pre-COVID. I was like fucking going everywhere. And post-COVID, here and there, but I don't use the Sky Club at all. Yeah, San Francisco too, man, has a great lounge too. But that they just changed everything. Like yesterday, they're basically telling you to go F yourself. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at that blood down there. What do you think about that? What do you think about this right here? Is that clear enough for you? Is that working for you right there? Let me know in the chat if you like that. It's not like that anymore. Like, everybody uses it now. And you know what really sucks? I shouldn't say this, but if you live, so I've got a wife and kids. I can't do this. It's just too much of a pain in the ass. If you're single, right? If you're a single person and you live near a hub, a big flight hub where there's lots of pilots and flight attendants, all that kind of stuff, like based out of a big hub like Midway, believe it or not, Detroit, you can actually go on like Facebook or Craigslist and request. I don't know if this still works, but it was working up to about pre-COVID. I can't vouch for it right now, but you can go on to like the internets. If I was single, you can go onto the series of tubes, and you can post an ad and say, I want a companion ticket. and people will charge you anywhere roughly. It used to be about $1,300 to $1,500, and you can fly anywhere you want in the continental United States for free whenever you want for a full year. And it's $25 for international flights. But these people have to trust you. Supposedly they're supposed to be family members, but you pay them and they give you their companion pass for a year. Probably shouldn't be talking about that because I think it's probably highly illegal. Squeezing up right now off of the close to the half-hour trigger in the channel. Bears looking for a confirmation for more downside off of 448.43. We don't see the 1 minute. This looks pretty good. This looks pretty good, pretty good. Let's switch over to the 30 minute and see, though, if we're ready. And how do we know if we're ready? So this is what I use, and this is what I recommend. I always like to come back to at least the 0 line. On Velo, we're not quite there yet. We're at 19, 14, 27. I'd at least like to see 0 or under. So we're not quite there yet. We're not there. So now let's look at this. Oh, hold on. If this holds and resolves itself, we can take a long here. But what has to happen? So what has to happen? We need to have that cross, right? If you get that cross, and not only do you need the cross, but you need the confirmation. Remember that. Confirmation. So you would need to see price go higher here. Come back down, right? Fail right there. Or even right here. Or even right here. I really don't care. But you still have to have price fail. You have to have price come back down and test right here. And then begin to get bought, right? Needs to start to come up for you to enter. So you set the trade up. If it presents itself here, if it presents itself, you set the trade. And if they start to buy it, you're good to go. I usually prefer for us to at least make a new high on this checkup here. I always like to see the tip, just the tip get up there and come back down. I don't like to see any kind of failure down in here, failure to get the new high. Remember, I talk to you guys all the time about new high, right? So if you're looking for a dip buy here, not only are you looking for the squeeze up, but you're looking for the tip. Get the new high, right? You use your clock, and you know that you're ready to go to the upside here. So right now, still short. There is no long to be had. There's your channel. I'm going to leave this right here for you. I'm working this morning, so I'm still doing. I got to get all these admins set up, ready to rock for the tool and let them have access to it for a couple days and start chewing on it. So I will not be with you this morning. If you want my expectations for today, what do I expect? I want to be buying this hourly trigger, and I'd really like to buy, let's check that 30-minute one more time, make sure we got that right. Like that 30-minute trend is your friend, right? That 30-minute trend is your friend. So give this just a second to load up. So I'm going to load this up. Oh, cancel. There we go. So just right here, I'm looking for 30-minute trend. $446.57. That's what I would love to buy. Like, that's like cheap CaptainJimJames. That's like going to the used call lot. $446.62. Matter of fact, let's just put a little box down there. Let's put a little box down there. 446.53. Put a little box down there. I don't know if we get there, but right down there, I'd like to buy that if I could. That would be like my cheapest. Right down here. It was like a perfect world or something like that. It's way down there, okay? 446.53 is where I'd really like to buy this. So let's see if that works out for me. Let's see if I can get that. If you're a seller, you have your targets to the downside now. 447.70, 447.30. And then you've got this 446.53 downside move right there if you're looking for it. And pay attention to this morning and look for when it turns to long. Pay attention to this here. If you're looking as a bull, pay attention to this. If it signals for you to take a long at any point, okay? And what happens? Oh, Jared is a Delta family member? So Jared's like, do not tell them the secrets. Don't give them the sauce. That dude, it's one of the best programs in the world. So I guess my point on Amex is like the amount that you have to spend now. There's a bunch of stuff that you can't do, and then you've got limitations on how often you can go. So I'm kind of like, well, if I didn't have a family right now, I'd be trying to seek out a Delta family, well, not family person, but pretend that I'm like a long lost cousin or something. Find someone that's trying to make some money off that pass. I've got alerts right here. There's alerts right here. You can see the alerts. I've got the alerts. Oh, you mean in the Discord? Yes. You mean in the Discord? Fuck yeah, you can. You mean text messages? Yes, we can. Yeah, we got them coming. So we have all those for it. Those are all being worked on right now. So if you're like, hey, Cap, I want a phone call, ring. We've got trend going for the next 5 days, up or down. Yeah, we got those too. When you should flip bearish and bullish. Yeah, we got those too. I kid you not, you're going to get them. So we got them for, and you want to hear the crazy part? If you're a Tesla bull, I got them for that too. If you're an AMC bull, I got it for that. I got it for GME. I got them for whatever you want. NVDA, whatever your favorite ticker out there is. Like a secret lover, baby. Yeah, Delta's really good. I like Delta. Target achieved 447.70. Next target for Bears 447.30. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool shit, ain't it? Oh yeah, dude, I got you scored. You know what the cool dude, I got stuff coming. We got stuff coming that's like, if you're an investor, I can go back through the entire history of the stock market and show you with 100% accuracy, long the market, short the market, for long periods of time, with 100% accuracy, going back to the beginning. I'm gonna get in trouble. I know. There ain't no fucking way there ain't no fucking way I'm not getting in trouble. There ain't no fucking way. Or at least the S&P 500 or Vanguard or something. Like if you're wealthy out there, dude, wait till you see some of the shit that you're getting. If you're a wealthy individual and you're looking for like that, yeah, this has worked 100% of the time. I got something coming for you. And you can't say that, but I can. So we'll see how that goes for you guys. It's going to blow your faces off. Nice little bounce. Almost to the pin on the 30-minute. Look at that. how close that isn't that suspect to you? See how suspect that is, right? Like right to the pinstrike. You guys are gonna be on social media calling out fucking pinstrikes and shit. Be calling yourselves like to the tick. It's being beta tested across the board right now by administrators, developers, then some other admins and mods are getting it released today. It should be public this by weekend or Monday. As fast as we keep bottlenecking to get it out, and it's ready to go. So, oh, there we go. That nice little bounce, right? Let's see if the sellers still have it in them. Can they rotate this down here and get this back down? Yes or no? We'll find out. Hard, strong buy in the 30-minute. Sellers looking for a rejection on the 5MT. If you were a buyer, would you buy this on the half-hour trigger? I wouldn't. I'm always looking to make money. I always want to see the trade higher and then the bounce on the cross to the upside here. And take that trade right there. This part of the trade right here is what I'd be looking for. But you can if you want. Still in trend right now. This is where the trend line is. Whoop, right there. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Am I planning on capping the number of members? I'm planning, so there's a version of the tool that I'm going to cap. There's a version that I think only 5, maybe 25 people can have. And that version of the tool, you have to have an established internet presence for probably 3 to 5 years. I got to make sure who I'm giving it to is not the wrong person. So, like, wrong being like, I don't want to give it to, what's his face? Who's the guy from, oh, what's his face there? Who's the, I don't want to give it to like a sub-seller or something like that. So I got to make sure that the wrong people don't get it. It's worth too much money, so maybe just a few people. We'll dish out the data from that to you, but you won't see that that tool ever likely in public. We'll dish it out to you, though. So certain conditions hit, we'll tell you, hey, this is happening or that's happening if you're a member. If you're an entry-level member, like basic member, you'll still get that information from us, too. It won't be like behind a like paywall, and that kind of stuff. It just won't be in your fingers so you can do what you want with it. There's a whole other reason for this, too. Too many people have it. They beat it. They slightly alter what they're doing. And they being the banks and the funds and the market makers, so. Yeah, it's pretty fucking awesome, so. You can backtest it quite easily, so we'll see how it goes, and I think you guys are going to be stoked with it. Oh, yeah, no, not Zach Morris. I mean, like, the other guy there. The guy with the G4 or G10 or whatever he is, whatever his name is. Got arrested for DWI down in Florida or something like that recently. Allegedly. Shit. We already have the fucking we already have the bots coming in, huh? Bots are just leaking into the chat on YouTube. This sucks. I hate having to do this. Okay. So we're at least going to go with the subscribers now, not members, but subscribers on YouTube. There you go. Fuck off, scammers. Save it. So now you got, if you want to comment on YouTube this morning, you have to be at least a subscriber. That's free, but you have to at least subscribe. Hit that like button. Do me a solid and make a comment if you can this morning. If you're on YouTube, can you make a comment, not in the chat, but make a comment down in the body of the video like you would normally with a recorded video? And please hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. Fucking bots, man. That's like, it's, I have to try to figure out a way to give a discount on that stuff if you subscribe via Prime, not Prime, but Twitch or YouTube. If you actually pay to chat here, I got to figure out a way, or I need to get some militant moderators. It's going to be one or the other. Either militant moderators and I just dump the, there's two ways to do this. I could do where I just cancel all the chat memberships and we just get militant moderators. You're just banhammering people. Anyone that sniffs of a bot or a scammer, gone. Or some kind of a discount so that you're only paying that, or you're getting a discount if I can correlate a list of you. One way or the other. We got to think about that, how that works. Yeah, YouTube and Twitch money for the girls. That's what it's for. I know, that's true. Did I show you guys pictures of the kids? Like I took them out to a football game this weekend. They told dad jokes in a tailgater. Was it this weekend or last week? I don't remember. It was this weekend or last weekend. Oh, and they're almost finished with your painting too. I meant to tell you guys that too. The painting is like 99% of the way done. So they painted Tom Lee. They painted Tom Lee. The kids did. These kids are like, one of them's they're all like they're young. They're young kids, and they painted a portrait of Tom Lee, and it looks great. Yeah, ARM is you guys want to talk about ARM really quick? So you guys should get about 5 days of up and like rips and dips on ARM. And then you're going to short that shit into the depths of hell. But should be about 5 sessions. Should last until Tuesday of next week, something like that. Tuesday, Wednesday. But be warned, it's going to get shorted to the depths of hell. It is going to get shorted to the depths of hell. And they were offering it at what, $51? They were offering it at $51. Here we go. A little bit of a recovery right now. It's a nice little recovery to see here. You want to be looking for that new high right now. 449.15. That's what I want to see. 449.15 right here. And I want to see a reversal, so I'm looking for this right here. I'm looking for that. Then a reversal here. And then a much larger long here. So right up here is what I'm looking for. Right there. I don't want to see any weak. I don't want to see any weak pushes up, failures. I want to see new high right there. It's looking good, though. Looking bullish. Starting to get bullish here. Now, if it was me, I'd probably be buying this right now. But I can't tell you that. I don't want to tell you guys that. I would be buying that right there, but you shouldn't. You should not. You should wait. Wait until it tells you. I know, right? I bet a bunch of you right now are like, I'm buying the fuck out of this. We'll see. We'll keep watching this. Okay, what else we got going on here? Yeah, they sold. You could buy ARM for $47. What, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, something like that? 47, I think, was the ask. With like a 20% range up or down. It was 47 to 51 or something like that. No. Let's have a quick talk about this. So I was just asked if I subscribe to Twitch, do I need to subscribe to YouTube so I don't miss out on the upcoming tools? So here's the gist here. Squeezing up right now, looking for a new high at 449.14 right up here where this yellow line is. Let's talk about that real quick. So let's start with how this began. So I've been on the internet for years. Wall Street Bets was the origin, right? And I got really frustrated 2 or 3 years ago. I think it was almost 3 years now. 3 years. I got pretty frustrated. I was watching, I watched a lot of my friends blowing up accounts in general. And I was flabbergasted as well at the amount of bias out there that was not based in positioning, but in putting asses in seats to read that stuff. And no disclaimer that, hey, I'm trying to get 500 likes, or I'm trying to say something, or trying to become a reporter, so I'm writing a story about this. I'm trying to get a job, whatever it is, right? Trying to get hired by this, I don't know, Hindenburg or something like that, So I remember when I was making the first videos, I sucked now, but I really sucked then. And I think I started with some recorded videos, then went to some live streams. I wasn't able to get my point across in recorded videos. And there was 2 things, well, 3 or 4, but there was like, hey, I've tried every service, right? Most of them don't work. There was another part where I noticed that oftentimes investors and traders would feel the FOMO, but not have the tools to say, this is where I want to buy. If it goes against me, this is how I manage my trade. Like when you ask somebody, or you see somebody's trade log, especially when they have a lot of losing trades, you ask them about the mechanics of them, right? Like what was your goal in this trade, and what was your plan on managing it? Oftentimes people didn't have a plan, like for entry, a plan for exiting, whether they're winning or losing. And another thing that I noticed was people weren't telling you their positioning or when they lost alongside their wins, or how they managed their trades. So there's like this missing part of being a retail trader. And then the last part was complex concepts that are never that are explained to you, but they're archaic. And so there's that execution part of that seems like missing, or it's missing from a lot of traders' experiences. So the example would be, I read a book, I watched a video, and I'm scared of placing you might not be scared, but a new trader would be scared of a simple debit call spread, and might not know how to manage that trade, pulling legs off kind of stuff, or the timeline, or the theta burn, or where they make most of their money, or how long they have to stay to make all their money in that trade, or exiting at 30% in real time, or when it's going on. So so that mentorship aspect of it, of walking you through that stuff, was missing. So I was like angry, and I was like, you know what we're gonna do? I was like, I'm gonna go on the internet and start bitching. And then so I did that. And then we started to grow a community and of traders, and most of these people in this community I've been trading with before streaming. And the intent was never to be where we are right now. So it's been many years now, right? It's been 2.5, 3 years. I don't take sponsors. I don't take sponsorship money. I don't push products on you. I've tried, like the Amazon thing I did because it was non-intrusive. It didn't pay enough to make it worth it. I don't have recorded videos. I've never done anything to try to grow an audience. I've never done anything to try to monetize in any way, shape, or form. We just ran this for 2.5 years, right? So we're coming to this point where it has to be self-sustainable. And there's been a lot of people along the way that have helped along the way for long periods of time. And like an honorarium, I need to give those people, keep those people interested because they're really good at what they do. And then there's the cost to me, and the cost and the equipment and the services and all the fucking internet and all the other shit I got to pay to keep Discord running in the background, and then the cost of development for all of this stuff, and then the cost for data and all this other crap we got to do. And then we're trying to bring on other people that are really good at what they do, like stock picking, nighttime videos, all kinds of stuff, right? So for all this stuff to get to where it is and to stay what it's doing, it has to kind of take care of itself at some point, or it's going to die, which is fine. So my original goal, I think we're done with that. I think we've completed it. So I'm happy at this point. I feel like we've done what we set out to do. We created a great community. We like the Discord's amazing. It blows my mind. This whole community, even outside of Discord, conversations, phone calls, friends that we know here, it's been amazing. And so it's run the length of its life at this point. So we're either going to disband it or see if it can take care of itself. So some rules in this: if we're going to have it take care of itself and continue to be what it is, we have some rules. Like number one, there's always going to be a free option for you. So I want you to know that there'll always be a way for you to, weave and duck your way around. There'll always be a room on Discord for you to have a place to go. There's always going to be a live stream and you have access to some other stuff. But the original idea of this will always be some kind of free version. Now, there are people out there over the years that have asked to support this show in a more meaningful way, and I've never accepted that money. I've had people contact me in DMs. They're like, just make it a small group, 100 people, 10 people. I'll pay. I've had guys say to me, "Ran DM, I'll pay you $500 a month," and I know 10 other people that will too. We'll just shut it all down, right? We don't want that. And so I think that you always have the free option, and you give the opportunity to the people that want to pay for something better to pay for it. So if someone wants more, they can pay for it. If someone wants more data or more access or more anything, they should have that option. And to deny those people that option for where we are and the time that we've put into this is, it doesn't concern you as a free user. So or a free community member or any of that kind of stuff. So there'll always be a free option for you. And then the people that do want more, they're now being offered, will be offered more this week and next week. And if this thing can take care of itself and continue on, we'll continue on what we're doing. If it fails, right, I'm good with that. Like, we're at a point where I feel like we've done what we wanted to do. And if this is able to take care of itself and grow over time to take care of more retail traders, then all the better, right? All the better. You got, I'm not going to compare to some people out there, but there are people out there with like millions of followers. They don't spend time with you all day long trading. Starting to squeeze higher now, getting a bull cross right now, turning into a buy. Trying to squeeze up and tag that previous high. If you're missing it right now, hopefully you can get a pullback off this yellow line right here and you can jump on board. Got a nice little cross to the upside trying to trade. Right now, a new high on 449.13. Next target to the upside after that is going to be 449.30 and then 449.50 to the upside. Trend, back on trend again, baby. Look at that. Woof. Trend right here. Tag on the half-hour trigger. Just looking for some confirmation here that we're going higher. Blasting up right now. So there's always going to be a free option. Don't lose sight of that. There's now going to be something offered to people that want more, right? So, and people ask for this. I need you to know something. You guys have seen me on stream, and I've shown you services in the past, right? Those things cost me thousands every month. So there is demand. There is demand from people to pay. I pay for services. Right now, I pay for services. So guys like Derek Kotnoy, guys like Volwiz, I pay those guys. Do you know why I pay those guys? They put a shit ton of time and effort in what they do, right? You pay these guys because of what they're doing. There's figuring out money. That guy does a ton of work that costs money and time. So for people that want to pay for that extra, they do it, and I do it too. I pay for a Gamma service. I pay for weekly newsletters from people. All that stuff is stuff that I want to pay. If you're a free user, and I'll never pay for that stuff, you don't have to, but there is demand for it. And those people are going to carry the free users along the way. So if anything, if someone's going to pay for a service and you get access to the free service, that person that's a paid member is supporting you to be here, or any other thing that they do, something like that, I guess. Hell yeah, I love all of you out there. If you trade on your phone, the parts of the website are being built for phone use. There will also be an alert style service for phone users as well. Good question. It's a great question. Yeah, I love you too, Andre. Yeah, no worries, Andre. I gotcha. YouTube chat is open this morning. And we're likely going to reopen chat if I can get the moderators to get out the banhammers. We'll open up the chat. And we're likely, that's the easiest way to do this, reopen the chat on Twitch and YouTube. I'll cancel all your memberships. And not yet, but yes. That's going, if you want to cancel your membership today, do it. Because I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say do it just yet. We're either going to give you a discount or we're going to cancel all the memberships. And we'll end up opening the chat as of this month or something like that, coming into October. Price ranges on the website. The bare minimum is something like $10 or something like that. So the entry level, I believe, is $10, something like that. It's like $10, and then it ranges all the way up. As a matter of fact, the middle range, the price target above that one, looks like you're getting a tool that was supposed to be reserved for a way higher price range. So if you're set up for the one just above the $10 one, you're getting a screaming deal here, like screaming deal. That's due to just getting a chart on the website functional. There we go. Look at that nice little squeeze right there. We are along the market. Target to the upside, 449.49. Oh, pain trade, baby. Love the pain trade. Pain right now. Trading above R2 after this target to the upside. We have 450.43. 450.43 after this target. Right there is your next target. There we go. Maybe that'll help you out there. Is that better right there? Does it help you guys out? Or you like this red maybe? Or not red, but white. Look for a pullback after we come up here and tag this previous high right here, just so you can see it. Get out of your way there as we come up there and do it. Come on down. Come on down. Tag this one right here. Took that one out. Now try to take out this one right here. What would I say dip prices to buy? It's the same as always. You're always looking for confirmation trades on the 1 minute trigger to head higher. So right there, you're looking to enter right there. Good question. None of the rules from the show has changed. I want you to know that you're going to apply all of the tools that we've taught you on this show to this tool. So all the things that we talk about in this show, you're going to add, you're going to apply to your usage of this tool. Good question, by the way. Another good question. Yeah, if you sign up on the website, if you sign up on tradethetrigger.com for the free membership, you will receive an email with an early invitation. You sign up on tradethetrigger.com. TradeTheTrigger.com. Oh, here comes the squeeze. TradeTheTrigger.com. If you sign up on that right now for the free account, you will get an early invitation to what's going on. So those bearish Elliott wave predictions. They forgot to tell you something. And all the Gamma boys, all the Gamma bros forgot to tell you something too. You've got quarterly. You've got all these quarterly calls and puts out there, right? All these quarterly calls and puts. And they've been destroyed. And so you've got that quarterly weakness, right? They've murdered everything. And so you've got sellers out there that are like, you know what? I got to tell you something. What are you going to tell me? Coming into the end of the quarter, all this stuff's been murdered. Market can do whatever it wants heading into it. You can go right down to the depths of hell. We can have a crash like 1987. I'm like, yeah, but when we free up the gamma in the market, where else can we go? What about the public conscience that knows about the JPM collar strike up the upside? It's almost like when you're a kid and you know you fucked up or something, you're just like, you know your dad's gonna find out, and so you kind of intentionally get yourself in trouble. You know what I mean? Like you know it's gonna happen, so you kind of get in trouble, right? It's kind of like a part of it. Oh, do we get the new high on that one? We need the new high. We need the new high right here. We need to get above. We need that new. Do we get the new high on that one? Yes or no? Oh, dude, give me that new high. So like right there. If you get the new high right here, any pullback will be bought likely. Give me one more tick. Give me one more tick up there. One more tick. I want that one more tick up there. I want a 440, 449.62. 3. I want the 1 penny. Give me the 1 penny. Give me that one little boop. You got all these little gremlins working on the price right now. Is there a mentorship program? Yes. So a few things here. So you're going to get a white paper. That's included. You're going to get videos. That's included. And the cool part is there's actually a mentorship program with you'll get access to 2 or 3 or 4 people, I believe. And what they'll do is they're going to, like you'd spend time with me. Then you'd spend time with John L. Then you'd spend time with, I'm not going to name the other people because I don't know if they've said guaranteed yes to this at this point. But, and so through the course of a month, you would spend time. We'd look back on all of your trades. We'd look back at, are you saving money in a fucking savings account like a normal person or not? That kind of stuff. And spend time one-on-one with you over the course of a month, 3 months, however long you want. We have people that do that right now, too, by the way. There are people in mentorships here that are free. As a matter of fact, we've been doing mentorships for free for 2 years now, 2.5 years. All free. So those are paid, of course, at some point. They have to be. They can't be free. Or like it's like too much time, too much effort, too much energy. It's a very intensive thing to do. So yeah, sign up on the free. If you want, sign up on the free. Check it out. If you guys don't like it, you don't have to participate, right? No, it's not for you. You don't have to participate. There's always that free option. We'll always be hanging out here, doing the live stream, all that kind of stuff, hanging out. Cool. Yeah, you get the tool. You get the tool on anything you want. Anything you want. Tesla, whatever your favorite ticker is. Thanks for subscribing, Chris Jacob. Appreciate it. What else we got going on there? If you are a new trader, so hold on 1 second here. So someone said I'm a new trader. If you're a losing trader, I'll tell you a couple things. If you're a losing trader, right? Stop trading like immediately. Just stop trading. You're like before, honestly, if you're a new trader or a new investor, just stop while you're ahead. And I'd say 2 things. First, speak to a financial advisor. And second thing I would say to you would be to get into, hold on a second here. New traders in the chat here. So if you are if you're a new trader, right? I want you to, and if you're a moderator and you ever see anyone saying that, please direct them to the Discord. So there is a Discord for, there's a link to the Discord. And just like, listen closely here, okay? If you're a new trader, if you're a losing trader, I'm being honest here. Please get inside the Discord. Treat it like you would. So there's a Discord link for you on YouTube too. Treat the Discord like you would first time let's say you're dating a guy or a girl and you go to their house for the first time. They got parents. Treat it like that. Just go ahead and be cool. Walk around for a few days. Don't say anything. Get the lay of the land. Find out something that you're interested in. If you're interested in futures, if you're interested in stock buying or selling, if you're a seller, I don't care what you are. You call yourself a bull, a buyer, a seller. You buy and sell. You're super smart. You like to trade the wheel. Whatever it is you like, I don't care. You want to sell sell options, whatever it is you want to do, swing trader, day trader, I don't care. Get the lay of the land in there. You'll find the people that know what they're doing. You'll be like, oh, that guy looks like he knows what he's doing. Oh, that girl looks like she knows what she's doing. And then just introduce yourself. Say, hey, this is who I am. This is what's going on. And I always recommend asking questions. Like when you ask questions, instead of kicking your feet up and grabbing your own beer out of the refrigerator, not taking your shoes off in a new house you haven't been in before, you ask questions. How, what, where, why, and people normally will answer you. If you have a lot of experience as a trader or an investor, you want to learn something new, same thing applies, right? Hey, I've been trading forever, great trader, but I want to learn this stuff. Or if you're someone that wants to lend your experience, you're welcome in there as well. There's nobody in there that's going to be like, oh, you know what you're doing, you make money, go fuck off, do something else. There's none of that going on inside that Discord. There's no pump and dumps going on in that Discord. That's the only other thing I would tell you would be, if you're looking for a pump room, we don't have them. If I ever see them, they're gone. Like if I catch a fucking pumper or a dumper or anything like that going on, and the admins are the same way. They have zero tolerance for any of that kind of stuff. But if you are looking to make a living or make good money, we have mentorships that have turned people straight around, from losing traders to winning traders. And that's the place to start. Start there. Get an education, talk to a financial advisor, say, hey, I did all these classes, I'm doing all this stuff. This is what I'm interested in doing. But if you're a new trader, man, and you're not going to listen to me. You're just going to, I already know. Like new traders, like 2-3 wins, and boom, you're off and running. Bye-bye, see you later. I get it. I totally get it. See if we can catch a dip buy right here. Look for a dip buy right down here. Yeah, we don't want any I don't ever want to be a part of that stuff. I've been caught in those rooms. I've been members of Discords that have turned into those things, and I'm not a fan of them. I don't want the fucking Pantheon where, like, I don't want anything to do with it. And I've been burned on that stuff too. I've been the bag holder on pump and dumps, and it's like soul crushing when you are. They're not even going to give us the dip here, are they? Just going to fucking buy this and ram it up? Just going to squeeze this. Watch this squeeze right now. They don't even care. Just going to, oh, dude, 449, 449.66 right now. Market still says be long right here. Look at all these green, baby. Look at all that green. Not quite max bullishness yet, right? But we are bullish. Not quite max, but we are bullish. If you see all of this stuff turn deep, dark green, time to take the money and run, okay? If you see this turn deep, dark green, it's time to start taking money and running. Trading 449.68 right now. Oh, man. Oh, man. Let me take a look back here and see what we're going to, what's a probable price target for the day. You got R3 up there. Here's my PT2. That's already taken out. And then we got PT3 up here. Talked about this one for Friday. You think we do it today? Let's see how far we can go with this. Let's look back a little bit. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Failure likely right there. So PT3 for today is going to be 450.25. Remember that we're coming into a nice round number up here. I want you to realize that as we come up into this round number, look at this 450 up here. Squeeze it all the way up, trading 449.76. If you don't know this, I want you to be aware that as we trade up into whole round numbers, we tend to get a rejection. That's right here at 450. So just be aware of that. Whole round numbers. If any of you guys have access to Bookmap, you already know that there are auto sells and auto buys on the zeros and fives. So be aware of that. Zeros and fives. Do I watch breadth? So we have another tool coming out for you shortly, and that one has market breadth, and then it also it shows the rotations in the market as well, and we also use PPOs and PPMs alongside market breadth, so the three together, PPOs, PPMs with market breadth. This tool right here, it has 3 auto settings: day trader, swing trader, and macro trader as well. So that macro trader will tell you when we're at risk of rollover or a bottom. And we also have a Gamma tool coming out as well with a market update on Gamma every day. So it's going to be pretty badass. Yeah, that 450 should get the advanced decline line. I use part of advanced decline in the market breadth, or it's like calculated into market breadth, but I don't use the AD line on its own. I'm not a fan of it. I use it to find out where the rotation is coming into the market. You know who does a good job at that is stockcharts.com. Has some great 4 square grids for advancers and decliners, tracking them. So I do recommend stockcharts.com for that too. They do a great job at it. Yeah, they should turn like a dark green, or depending on the time frame you're on. Right now, the time frame we're on, you're looking for the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 30, and the hourly to turn deep dark green. Whenever you see that, it's like wrap it up. Even if we go higher, wrap it up. Wrap it up. You're trying to type in Tesla on the website. That's just a placeholder there. All that is a placeholder on the website. It's all that is a placeholder. That's not what you're getting. Yeah, this will turn a dark green. I'll show it to you when it happens. It'll say max bullish over here on the right-hand side. It'll say max bullish. Thoughts on coin? Let me take a quick look. I gotta put the. Hold on, let me put the stream up online. I keep forgetting to put the stream up here. Hold on. I gotta put the stream out real quick. And I will do Tesla coin. We'll look at Bitcoin too, because I know a lot of you are panicking on Bitcoin. So we'll talk about Bitcoin as well. Give me one quick second. I got to do a quick update. SPOOs, Qs. We'll look at Tesla today. We'll do BTC. That's like cancer putting that out there, isn't it? It's like it tracks all the bots and shit. I fucking hate putting I hate fucking putting shit out there about Bitcoin because it attracts bots on Twitter. So I'm gonna post this right here. It's fascinating too. I saw Andy talking about bonds longing HYG. I got shit on for that post last week from other people on FinTwit, and we were talking about Can you guys do me a solid out there? Can you do me a solid and on FinTwit? Do you mind? Because I was late to repost this. Can you guys go on FinTwit? I just posted a link to the live stream. Do you guys mind retweeting that tweet for me? Matter of fact, if you retweet that tweet and make a comment inside of that tweet, I'll follow you. Trading 449.80. Looking to squeeze up to that big yellow line over here, trying to trade 450. If you retweet my newest tweet where I put the stream out, I will, and make a comment, I'll follow you on Twitter. If you want me to follow you, don't worry. I just went and cleaned up my follows yesterday. So I'm like, delete a bunch of people that aren't following me, and then if you follow me, I keep following you, so. I got you, Nick. Thanks, brother. I followed you, brother. You got 14 followers now, my man. And I'm actually going to put you on alerts, too. So there you go. I turned alerts on for you for when you post so I can talk to you. Got you too, Rogue Operator. Oh, I'm already following you. I'm going to make sure I got your alerts on for you. So I put alerts on for you, my brother. Make sure I see you. Trading 449.88. Relentless moves to the upside right now. It's a 15-minute chart down below. Look at that squeeze and higher up there right now. Nice big cross back here. Didn't even wait. Boom to the upside. Boom. What do we got? 450. Move this one up now to 450. Let's see what else you guys are doing there. Andre, what's up, brother? I'm going to put alerts on you now. I just set alerts on you. What up, Doe? I got you, Patrick. Make sure I got alerts set for you. Nice campfire. Dude, nice boats. Nice boats. Dude, Patrick's got boats. I got a boat, brother. Matter of fact, I'm trying to get rid of it right now. Johnny, what up? Snowboarder 9. He's in front of a beach. Nice, brother. Love it. California. Hell yeah. Where do you live, Johnny, in California? Where do you surf, man? Where's your home? Where's your home beach? Where is your home beach? I love surfing, man. Nick, brother, got you covered. Following you, Nick. Make sure I put on alerts for you too. Johnny, make sure I got alerts set for you too. I got everybody here. I think I got everybody. Okay, good. Well, so I was going to do the sell now. Like I was going to do max bearish, but there are other conditions that you're gonna get this in a video from me, but so I want you to also know that like max bullish can be sustained on higher time frames for longer. So let's look at something. So on the daily trigger down here, weekly trigger and monthly triggers, we can actually get max bearish, and it does not mean sell. Or excuse me, max bullish. It actually does not mean sell. It actually means that we can be sustained for a long period of time. Now, saying that, something fascinating is if we begin to get a roll in those higher time frame velocities to the downside, we can get a if we have price divergence to the upside, it'll actually show a major market roll. But that'll be in a video for you, and you'll grab. Trust me, I tried. I was like, maybe we should make the max bearish. We should not. It's max bullish, and because the time frames matter. Because we can have supportive flows, that means that we'll get a dip buy down below. You surf Oceanside and Trestles, nice. Swami's is nice too. Dude, Black's too in the winter. Hell yeah, dude, I gotta go down there with you. I shouldn't say I got beaten up. I almost got beaten up down there. I tried surfing down there. And I got sand kicked in my face. I had my kids with me too. A guy was gonna beat my ass with my kids with me. I even had my kids there, and it was not fucking pretty. Those guys do not fuck around. We're still finalizing. So we had a version of the tool. We had a version of the tool that was it's not just the tool, a bunch of other crap too coming with it. But there was a version of the tool we were trying to get it between like $39 and $59 a month. But then we had a $150 version of the tool. That's the version you're getting for the $39 or $59 or whatever it is. There'll be like discounts and stuff, and if you sign up for a year or more, and that kind of stuff. And the packages that we have normally go out there for other places for like $300 to $600. So it's a steal. It's a fucking steal. It's fucking basically free. It's so stupid. So stupid how cheap it is. It's so fucking stupid. And you know why you're getting it that cheap is because I can't, for me to get the website for the functionality that I want in the website, I have to actually build my own charting service. That shit's gonna cost money. It's gonna cost like, when I'm done with that, it's probably gonna cost 30 to 50,000, and then 15K a month for the data. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's just not fucking cheap, and it's time consuming. I think we go back here and check this 5 minute down here. I think we're gonna check all the way down here. I think we're gonna check that right there. Right there is what I think we're gonna check. You know, the Bears gonna want to do that bullshit too, aren't they? The Bears gonna want. Don't get caught in the finger trap if it happens. You guys know all about the finger trap. Do not get caught in here. If this dip holds, you can always take that up. Do not get caught below inside of this right here. Let's check velocity on the 30 minute. Yeah, we're losing a little bit of velo here. A little bit of velo on the squeeze. Velo declining as price is rising. Never a good sign. See if we can get a pullback down here to at least R2 or the 5-minute. Hey, where are you, Rum? How you doing, brother? Hey, David. When feet picks. When feet picks. Should we go check out ARM really quick? Let's go look at ARM really quick and see what it's doing. Let's check out ARM. If this holds, if 449.60 holds, we're gonna go higher. We're gonna look at ARM. Let's see if it's even on here. Oh yeah, there it is. Is that it? Nope. Is that not the ticker? Did I get the wrong one? Maybe it's not up yet. It's not real estate. I think it's this one right here. Oh, but I'm not seeing it, so am I missing it here maybe? That's NASDAQ right there. It's not showing anything. Price holding being bought right now on the 1MT, looking for R3 at 450.43. We're going to talk about something here really quick. We're going to switch over to the Webull full chart, okay? And I'm going to talk to you about, this is a good setup right here. So I'm going to show you a setup right now, okay? Pay close attention. Pay close attention. So we have a recheck right now, right here, right? See how we're checking this white line right here, right? I want you to look at what time it is. It's 11:19 in the morning. So right now we need a new high into 11:30. We must get a new high, okay? To stay alive. Make sense? To get the new high to stay alive for continued upside. If we fail to get the new high here, if we fail to get the new high, what will happen is we will, if let's say we fail to get a new high here, right? What will happen is they will run this down to check the 5-minute trigger. Okay, right here. And we will check this down here, and you'll see us cross right into that. This is to check to make sure that we still have demand to go higher, that buyers are actually here right now, okay? So there's a check going on right now to see if there's demand. So I want to pay close attention to this right now. We know that buyers just bought, right? So someone stepped in and bought right there. Now, how do we know if these are real buyers or if this is just some rando small hedge fund or something? You would know if we got the new high. You would know if we got the new high to the upside. That's real demand, right? Real demand, right? Real buyers, real demand would show right here. New high, right? If we do not get that, if we begin to, even after these guys bought right here, right? So someone bought this. If we don't push up and get that new high, guess where we're headed? We're going to head back and down, and we're going to check this buyer, right? Find out if this buyer is serious or not. If this buyer is not serious, we're going to roll down here and check to see if these buyers are still here. Right? We'll check to see if this is real demand or not. If you catch the bounce, if buyers do step in right here, whoop, right? This buyer steps in right here. this seller is going to try to sell them back down, right? He will try to sell these people back down, right? And they're going to try to sell this down to the depths of hell on you, right? Just like that, right? Bam, bam, bam. There's your new low. You'll then come up. Bam, 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 right there. And that's your sequence, right? That's a great short, by the way, right there. It's an outstanding short right there. Not so much this crap. This is like where you get caught. And the reason I'm bringing this up to you is for this reason, okay? There is a trap in here sideways. You don't want to get caught in any of this. You don't want to get caught in any of this right here. Watch my cursor. You don't get caught in any of that. So if you're a bull and we check this down here, you could possibly take that long for 1 or 2 minutes. But the reality is that you'd want to see this reversal to the upside. And you want to re-enter long actually up here, right? So you're not taking this long, you're taking this one right here. On the same token, if this turns around and continues higher and holds, you'll be looking for that new high right there, coming back down, and then taking that long up there and entering right there. Right? Set up the trade, take it up here, take out your PT3 up here. Make sense? And the one thing that you don't want to do is you do not want to get caught down in here. This is like Deathville down here. This grinds out everybody. Don't ever get caught in this. This is the GOAT, Mr. Yens. Do not fuck around in this. Diddle in the middle. This is called diddling in the middle. Do not diddle in the middle. The fuck around and find out. That's the fuck around and find out. Bull bear doesn't matter. I don't care if you're a seller or buyer. Never get caught in between this white and red line. Ever. Never get caught. As a matter of fact, here's a great example of it, right? It's a prime example. Get caught in here, right? Boom, downside, right? Let's say you're like, yeah, I'm buying calls because we're going up. That didn't do that for you, did it? Right? Come back up, though. Come back up here. Bam, slam down in here. And you're off and running, right? Money time, right? All this here, trap. Never get caught in the trap in here. Make sense? Never get caught in the trap. Let's say you get caught in the trap. Let's say you're long here and you get caught in the trap. And you get a classic liquidation break. You start bleeding down. You've got calls right here. And you're panicking in here, right? What would your, let's say now you've got like 10, let's say you get dollar calls. And they're now worth 60 cents. They smoke you. Do you panic sell this right here? Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. You wait until we come back up here, and then you unfuck yourself, right? I shouldn't be swearing. And you might say, well, Cap, though we kept going up. Doesn't matter. You need to be positioned properly, right? So you need, if your thesis is wrong here, I guess you could double up here, but truth be told, you'd be looking for this first and then take the long. Make sense? So if you're trapped in here, you wait for the squeeze higher, you get out of your calls, wait for the bounce, and only enter after the bounce. Make sense? This is a prime example right here. Hopefully we'll see this happen right now. This is a good prime example right here. So pretend you owned calls right here. And I know if you owned calls right here, you'd be in some pain. Oh, no, shit, I'm burning right now. I'm in some, oh, terrible, oh, horrible. Let's see if you're given an exit. Pretend that you had calls right here. Let's see if in this painful moment, at any point, you get an out for your poor decision making rather than capitulating. Let's see how this works itself out. As a matter of fact, we'll just switch back to the main screen here, and we're gonna watch it right here. So I want to know if you bought 0-to-8 calls or weekly calls right here. So you were the guy that bought that right there. Let's see if you're gonna capitulate at home. If you're watching this right now, pretend you're a bull. And in your mind, I want you to tell yourself, I would have sold there. Or watch an options chain or paper trade it or whatever it is you're going to do. And then even buy calls right now. Buy some buy one contract for 10 cents. You tell me where you would have sold if you would have been given an opportunity to get out. And then where you would reposition yourself. Do it as an exercise. Would you unfuck yourself right here? And then wait? Or would you take this right here as your unfuck point? And then would you wait to get back in until there was a confirmation of the upside? Would you reset up that trade and then try to jump back in over here? Because I'll warn you too, there's always the risk of it rolling on you. But you're still given a moment to get out before that happens, right? Still given a chance. And the management of your trades is more important than being correct. So you're going to have moments as a trader where you're going to make a bad trade, bad entry, FOMO, whatever it is that makes you do that. If it goes against you, are you managing that loss? So it's okay to make a bad trade. What is not okay is what's not okay is if you bought calls right here and you just said fuck, right? You're given a chance to get out and you said, no, I'm staying long just in case this happens. But it rolls back down on you and down here, and now you're at 0. And this works on any time frame. This works on 5 minute, 1 minute, hour, half hour, daily. This works on a day chart. These same patterns emerge on higher time frames. And this is actually a point of when you look back on managing your trade logs. Like what? Like let's say you were long. Let's pretend this is a 1 hour chart. As a matter of fact, we don't even have to pretend. We don't have to pretend. We have an example right here. We have an example right here. Here's your previous example right here. So you've got a bear plane. You've got a confirmed bear plane right here on a higher time frame. This is a 30-minute chart, right? This is the exact same thing, right? We trade down into the box of death, right? Boom, slam down. You caught the bear plane. Fuck yeah, take that short, right? Bam. Right? You're short here in the bear plane, right? It reverses to the upside on you. Whoop. Right? Now you were given a chance to get out, weren't you? You were given a chance right here. Whoop. What do you do right here and here? You get out. You close that short position right in there until you break below the box, right? You should have actually entered right here, right? But here's another cool thing. Let's say you entered right here and it goes against you. You still give it a chance to get out right here. Get what I'm saying? You're given the opportunity to get out. And furthermore, let's say you didn't do any of that. Say you didn't do any of that, right? You're in the box of death in here. Did you get out here? Once once you know that this is resolved to the upside, did you get out here? And here's the crazier part. You then got a bull plane confirmation to the upside right here. This bull plane confirmation. You got this zone of finger trap here, and they just told you bull plane right there. Got a bull plane. Get out of your shorts. There goes the squeeze because the right people that know got out of their shorts, right? Come back down here, confirms again, and goes to the upside. Did you close any of your shorts in here or not? No? Let's look at what happened because you didn't. That's what happened. Trading 450.03 due to it. Downside targets for the Bears. 449.05 right down here. 447.45. Bear needs to get underneath here, right? Remember to take the money off of 449.08 if you're selling this. You don't want to get the move, lose all your money. And you want to be underneath this 5-minute trigger for your next move lower. Come on, baby. 11:35, new half hour starting. Full hour start, too, from 11:30 to 12:30. Let me know in the chat if you think that if we're done here going to the upside. What size account would you recommend to be able to trade? What size account to be able to trade 100K per year? I need more context for that question. No trades for me. I'm going back to work. I got stuff I got to do. So I'm gonna leave you guys to your own devices here. One more day. One more day of leaving you to your devices. I got to get this website out and running for you guys. So I'm trying to just keep you guys up abreast here. You guys got to try to help each other out inside the chat this morning. So you mentioned that buyers need continue seeing new highs for continuation. No, you need to see new lows too. Absolutely, you need to see new lows as well. New lows and breaks of I see it on sell side all the time. New lows too, like breaking those bottom pivots. Absolutely. And then it comes back and checks the 1 minute and 5 minute on the downside as well. The same thing that works on the upside works on the inverse as well. You'll see them check those same things. See me in 5 minutes. I know. What return on investment? I don't particularly think 100,000 is a lot of money. What ROI would I expect on $100,000 over the course of a year? It depends on what you're trying to do. I would be hoping for a minimum after taxes, 20%. After taxes. That's all your L's, all your W's, all wrapped up. No, that's what I want, 20%. Absolutely. I want to beat 6%. But if you can get 20, I'd be very happy at 20. What can you expect though? It's hard to say. What I would say to you is this. I say this to everybody, but no one listens to this. It's a good question. If you were to take 10 or less trades a year, you could be a millionaire in a year, but none of you do that. You guys are gamblers. You guys are addicted to gambling. You guys can't turn the fucking computer off. You guys can't stop reading Bloomberg. You guys can't stop reading Twitter and Twitter, stock twits, Wall Street bets, Reddit, fucking stupid our stocks on Reddit and our real finance and all that other stupid shit you read. You can't stop reading Bloomberg. You can't stop watching CNBC. If you did that, you'd be rich. But you can't. You can't. You guys have no self-control. I don't have any self-control either, so I'm right in that same boat, but I would make a bet with you that if you limited your trades to like 10 times a year, you'd be very well off. But you guys don't. You guys make one good trade and then you start. I do the same thing. I just made an oil trade that made me a ton of money. What am I doing? I'm out there fucking blowing thousands on 0 dates. You guys do that shit too. I know I'm not the only one that does that. So I think I have a lot of self-control. I used to not have a lot of self-control. I used to do what you guys do. I'd go out there and have a big win, then I just burn it all, start all over again, go through the cycle again, all that kind of shit. So you should have savings. You should have retirement that you're saving for first before you do anything with that 100K. That money should be making you money. If you had $100,000 right now, right? Probably the simplest thing you could do is put it in like Webull, of all places. I think Webull and Robinhood pay you like 5 or 6%, right? I would take the 5 or 6% that you make from that money and start there. Use that free money to gamble so that you're protecting your wealth, right? You might not be outrunning inflation. Well, Jerome says he's going to help you protect your wealth, but that 5%, I wouldn't do shit for a full year, and I'd take that money. And if you make anything from that, then I would pull all that money out of the stock market, and I'd buy houses. I'd go to like, I don't know, Dayton, Ohio, or Minneapolis, or some other place that has cheap housing, and I'd buy homes. And then if you've got more, if they're paying you money, and you're actually making money off someone renting from you, you don't need a ton of homes, 2, 3, something like that. You can take that money from that. If you're like paying all your bills, paying your taxes, you got some little bit extra left over. That's more money you can use to trade with. But there should always be an income flow for you to trade. So, yeah, if you had 100K, I wouldn't even be trading the stock market. I'd put it in Webull, take the money from that, and trade with that money. Yeah, puts are not paying because of the vol, man. Puts aren't paying because we have vol crush. You need some volatility, right? I've been trading puts, man. They fucking suck right now. Dude, the other day I was trading puts with Binky. Binky and I were trading together one day last week, and I'm in puts, right? And I'm watching the fucking market go down, and my puts literally did not move in price. They just stayed solid. We were like blasting down through levels, and I'm like, motherfuckers! Like Excuse my language, but I was so fucking mad. Had the direction right, had the entry right, did not matter. They were just like, dealers were just like, there you go, buddy. Fuck off. A part of this, too, is not our people are leaving the market. There's also a contraction going on in the market where there aren't as many as participants. There's like a dual function going on right now. There's reduced vol, and then there's the number of market participants matter as well. That's a good question. Do you buy this dip? This is a great question right now. So do you buy this dip right here? No. this right here is the finger trap, right? This is what Mr. Yen teaches you guys. You do not buy that. You can buy that. You can buy that if velocity is all negative. Or you can attempt to, but we're not in negative velocity right now, so you can't buy this. When can you buy this? So, Cap, when can we buy it? When that white line comes around and price gets above it again and tests it. So you want to see this here? Boop, boop, boop. You want to see that right there, and you want to see us start running. Get that one right there and that one right there. This is like there's like no-go zone in here. Dude, this zone right here, I wouldn't be a buyer or a seller in here ever. Like I do sometimes, and I lose a lot. But this is like the no-go zone right here. No-go zone. Buyers, sellers, doesn't matter. You don't fuck around in here. You fuck around below as a seller. You fuck around above as a buyer. But this is no-go zone. No, 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 no. There are times you can buy this, but this isn't one of those times. You'd be like capitulation down moves in the market. And that's another good question. Would you buy this as a bear to the downside right here too? Maybe we're at the top? Probably not. We're probably not at a top. Where is likely top for a bear? When we start to see max bullishness, right? We're not quite seeing that yet, are we? Not quite seeing that max bearishness here. And we know that the target is higher. We know the target is like, yeah, that might have been it. That might have been the top for now. That might have been the top for now. We came back and failed. So I can switch over and show you that. So you can kind of see that right there, right? You know these sellers right here don't want you there, right? These guys right here. And that's where we are right now, right? These guys are like, go fuck yourself, right? Whoop. Come up here. Bam. And what are they telling you right now? You shall not pass. What do you think it's going to take to get up there? What do you think it's going to take to get up there? Probably after hours. Or it's going to take the hourly trigger to get us, or hourly velocity trigger to get us up there, right? Good chance of that. I would be really interested right now in another failure up here. So bulls need a new high right here, right? So bulls need a new high right where we are. That wouldn't shock me right there. That's that finger trap right there. So my guess here is that the bulls are going to fail this right in here. Now, if we get up here and this turns around, I'll take that trade right there. We ain't there yet, are we? We're not there yet. This is what I'm afraid of, is the roll right here. So, no trade yet. No trade yet. If we get a trade, I'll let you know. If there's a trade, I will say something to you. Yeah, the gray love bar. The gray love bar is way. We bought the gray love bar earlier, right? Gray love bar was down here. There goes the gray love bar. Hold on, main screen. There's the gray sexy love bar right here. They got hammered. Gray love bar right there. Gone. See ya. Cross right there. Come back down right now to check it. Bam. Check that 5 minute, looking for more upside. Target to the upside. 450.43. Positioning is still long. If you're long from down here, you're still long right now. I think that's good. I'm going to leave this up just like, hold on a second here. Yeah, I don't know what is going on for me. So I'm going to leave that on for you. I'm going to leave that on for you for the rest of this morning. Try to answer as much as I can. Look forward to the next coming days to checking this thing out. And we have more coming down the road. I got a bunch of stuff being developed right now, a whole bunch of stuff in the background being developed right now for you. We're also going to look at Tesla really quick. Let's take a look at Tesla. I told you guys I'd do Tesla, so before I go, we're going to do Tesla. Tesla on a 1 minute time frame. This is Tesla right now. So look at that, right? Tesla bullish, long Tesla. Look at that dip buy down there, baby. Woo, yeah. Come right up into this new channel. Come back down into the channel in the half-hour trigger. Woo, yeah. Right? Coming right back down right now. Where are we at? Next buy point, right? For Tesla. If Tesla rolls, we know where the dips are to buy. But this is the place to put some Tesla on. Tesla upside target. Oh, yeah, baby. Tesla upside target. A little bit of a roll right there, and then 277.94. So if you're a Tesla trader, this is a 1 minute chart on Tesla. Let's look at a, matter of fact, let's just go to a full screen and show it. I know you Tesla bulls want to tell your friends out there. It's a 1 minute chart on Tesla. Look at that gorgeousness right there. That gorgeous bam, 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 bam bot. And let's look at a 30-minute chart on Tesla. Let's see what Tesla's saying. Tesla knocking on the door. Always love the velocity on Tesla. I love trading the bottoms of daily velocity on Tesla. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that down there. Wham, look at that daily velocity. Bulls love buying the low daily velocity. They love it. They love it. And look at that. You got your first indication that we're going higher right here. Cranking, cranking, cranking. Just now getting positive. So I'm bullish on Tesla here. Looking for that second tag of 290.33. Knocking on the door right now on Tesla. Slamming on the door. As long as price stays above 271.33, going to expect a squeeze higher on Tesla. Get the new high at 280 and then make your way higher here. Whoop. Your next target above is 290.33. 290.33 on Tesla. and you got some bullishness behind you. You got some bull. I'm pretty bearish. I'm pretty bullish here on Tesla. Starting to squeeze higher right now on SPX. Staying inside day trader trend right here. Dips to be bought on triggers. Velocity looks great. Not bad, huh? Not bad, huh? Not too shabby. R2 lending some support right now. Your daily pivots. Lending support to that upside move. By the way, you're gonna get pivots for every ticker in the stock market. So whatever you're trading, so you'll also have access to pivots. I think we get the 290. I would exit below on Tesla. I would exit below. What would I? So as long as you stay above that, as long as you stay above the hourly, trend is still your friend. So who asked that about Tesla? Ready? You're gonna get this tool from me. You want to hear something super fucking cool? When you get this tool, you can set an alert on your phone. So this is a good one. So who asked that question? Who asked that question out there? Where we roam. If you had this tool right now, you could set an alert on the hourly trigger to sell the hourly trigger if there's a roll under it. That will tell you when trend is over for Tesla. So where we roam just set up 200% of my Tesla calls. We break hourly trigger. Yeah, you sell your calls. Until then, you can run them all the way up. Personally, I wouldn't, but you can. That will work for you if you're up that much on your calls. Personally, I wouldn't. Personally, at some point, I like to take the money and run on those trades, realize profit, and then maybe re-enter on a retest of the hourly trigger. You know, like you take the money off the table, the 200% you just made, and then on a test of the hourly trigger, you go back in and renegotiate that trade again. Does that make sense? Realize your money. If you just put in $1,000 and you just made 3,000, then you should be taking all that money off the table and renegotiate with $1,000 on the hourly trigger. Does that make sense? Yeah, right on, brother. Yeah, and take that. I mean, would be the example. So let's go back. So Tesla, right? So right now it's at resistance, right? You take the money on the squeeze higher. When it comes back down to test that level, that 278, and if it holds, right, you can re-enter some more call spreads for 290. Or not 290. I keep saying two. I wish it's 290. Yeah, realize those gains, man. Without a doubt, realize those gains because it matters, man. It totally matters. It totally matters. Like that 280, take it on the 280, take it, and then take it again on from 280 to 290. And then I get what you're saying. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at Tesla right now, and I'm like, I see the squeeze. I see the squeeze to 290. I see the squeeze to, what, 294? My one issue here is, well, you've got volatility here at 279. You got volatility at 279, you'll likely get a pullback there. And then you've got volatility at 290. My idea there would be that they would come in at like 288 and roll you down. It would probably be a big roll down. You're going to need the daily trigger and the hourly to break above that price. You're definitely going to need the help of the daily trigger to get up there. Or not the daily, but the hourly at least. So where are we trading right now? 275. Yeah, like today's expectation, probably 278 is where I'd take the money. But you could easily get 282. Something like that, 282. But it's so risky up there, man. They come in, they just sell the fuck out of that shit. It's like Tesla's like one of those tickers where they sell you before you get to your target. Usually like $2 before your target, they just come in and it's like red bar to hell. Even if you're going to break above, it's like red bar to hell, and then it's like you need a big push to get there. Yeah, still talking. I got to get out of here. I'm out of here. I got to go back to work. Okay. I got to work on this shit. So I'm going to leave you guys. I'm going to put I'm going to put on Bloomberg Radio. If you don't like Bloomberg Radio, just mute the radio or mute this show. And I'll check in at key moments, okay?
With Bloomberg, you get the story behind the story behind the global.
And know that the website is launching imminently. Imminently. Website launch.
Yeah, sand. You get context. And context changes everything. Go to Bloomberg.com to get context.
National Labor Relations Board. If successful, the move could be the first Division I in college athletics to unionize. What's up with that? I mean, football players at Northwestern previously sought to unionize in 2014, a move that ultimately was dismissed by the National Labor Relations Board due to the then status of athletes not being classified as university employees.
I mean, so now they're classified as employees? They get paid to play basketball?
Well, you can get paid through the name, image, and likeness.
Right, but that's different. That's different than getting paid. Do you get like an hourly? Do you get a bonus for a dunk? Like,
I don't know.
Is that possible? You can't pay the men's basketball team, right? Then you have to pay like the women's underwater basket weaving team.
I don't know how this is going to play out. That's why this kind of jumped out at me. But the good folks up at Dartmouth, they're going to try this thing. Maybe get paid for playing hoops. Who knew you could do that? We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
We got a lot of green on the screen here, but the volume is light.
We constantly underestimate the strength of the U.S. consumer.
This is a market that's much more optimistic or bullish than maybe central bankers are.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
There's still some concern out there in the market that there is
so far new high failure. We need to get this new high right now.
As businesses struggle, they don't present as much competition.
The supply chain
has still got dislocations globally. Say hello to all you guys out there.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg.
Just a heads up out there. I just checked Twitter. I'm following all of you on Twitter right now. I'm going back into Twitter right now, following all of you guys. Set alerts for all of you guys as well.
Pretty solid to me. On the VC Outlook, Robbie Peters, co-founder of Semper Virens Venture Capital, discusses his firm and the outlook for the VC space. And then Roberta Goss, Senior Managing Director and Head of the Bank Loan and CLO platform at Pretium, will join us to talk about lending and the outlook for financing in the U.S. Right now, we're going to kick things off with Mr. Charlie Powell.
Thank you very much, Paul. Lots of moving parts in today's trading. We're keeping an eye out for ARM Holdings. It is indicated to open higher at $57 a share when it makes its New York trading debut. We will get those numbers to you as they become available. Green on the screen, lots of it. Best level of the day. Right to the numbers here with the S&P up 32, a gain of 0.7%. Dow Industrials up 267, now up 0.8%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 110, up by about 0.8%, and NASDAQ 100 index higher now by 0.8%. The Russell 2000 as well, outperforming, up by 1.2%. 10-year at 4.27%. We have got the 2-year, 4.98%. Spot gold at $19.09 the ounce, up $1.19 now, higher by just about 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude with a 90 handle, 90.03 on WTI, up 1.7%. Brent, 93.51. Brent, the global benchmark, up now by just about 1.8%. Retail sales and producer prices both rose in August by more than forecast, driven by higher fuel costs that risk tempering household spending and keeping inflation elevated. Now, what about the outlook for the fourth quarter? Michael Darda is chief economist at Roth MKM.
As we get into Q4, I think we're looking at some weakness. Excess household savings literally are gone this month, the month of September. So we're going to be looking at a situation where consumers are going to have a much stronger incentive to bring spending in line with income, and income growth is slower than spending growth by almost 200 basis points.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Lazard's Peter Orszag is setting fresh targets for the 175-year-old investment bank, including doubling revenue by the end of the decade. After the bell today, we'll be hearing from Adobe. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, good stuff there. We appreciate it as always. They haven't opened ARM yet. Now it's getting embarrassing for the underwriters. Let's be clear.
I don't think so. I think the expectations are no longer to open, an hour after the bell. I feel like these things open later and later. Started way back with Facebook.
Yep.
And that they were embarrassed then.
Yeah, that was bad.
But now, I think they're comfortable doing it around noon, 1 o'clock.
Okay, all right. I'm looking at the my Bloomberg quote. 56.25 is what's up on the auction price. So we'll see how that. And again, the IPO price is $51. Let's look at these markets. We got green on the screen here, as Charlie was just reporting. So we want to get some color. Alex Semenova joins us. She covers all the equities for Bloomberg News. She joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Alex, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, Paul, Matt, everyone is on the edge of their seat right now waiting for ARM Holdings shares to become available for trading. First, we were thinking 10:20 a.m., then 11. Now it's past noon. Everyone's still kind of waiting for that first trade. It's indicated to open at about $56 per share in this much anticipated debut. That's above the $51 per share priced by ARM. It already sold 95.5 million in depository shares. Investors in the IPO included some of ARM's biggest customers. It set aside more than $700 million of its stock for Intel, Apple, Nvidia, Samsung, but of course SoftBank still controls 90% of ARM shares. And this IPO is the world's biggest this year, surpassing the $4.4 billion listing by Johnson & Johnson's consumer health spinoff Kenvue. It could also be a catalyst for IPOs from dozens of startups that have kind of been on the sidelines in what's been the deepest and longest drought since 2009. Some others on deck include Instacart, Birkenstock, as everyone kind of waits for the IPO market to reawaken.
It had been.
All right, I'll be back with you guys soon.
$63.
Yeah.
Back at 10:20.
So they're backing down a little bit.
And then it was indicated to open at 58, and then 57, and now 56. So I guess, sometimes as they take longer. Remember with Facebook, it took them until the afternoon, and that was a real problem for the opening price.
Yep.
And, but if only I had backed up the truck at that point.
Yes, exactly. So the question, and I don't know because I don't have the prospectus in front of me, who the stabilizing agent is. Who's the underwriter that's in charge for literally physically opening the trading of the stock and will handle most of the orders on the first day, which is a good place to be because you make a lot of money doing that. And that's kind of thing. All right, what else are you looking at, Alex? It's not just IPOs. There's other stuff going on?
Yeah, apparently. Another stock that I'm watching today is Delta. Shares are down today about 8% the last time I last glanced. That's after the company reduced its expectations for third quarter profit, citing higher fuel prices and larger than expected maintenance costs. Adjusted profit will be $185 to $205 a share. That's compared to an earlier outlook for as much as $250 a share.
These are big misses that we've seen from these airline companies.
It is, but the reason that this share move isn't lower is because there was some sort of expectation of this among investors. First, the company did reaffirm its guidance for a full-year profit of $6 to $7 per share, but also other carriers have been cutting profit margin guidance on a 34% increase in jet fuel costs this quarter. Yesterday, we had American Airlines do that, along with some discount carriers, warning that their quarterly results would come in below initial expectations. So investors kind of saw this coming with Delta. There was a bit of a relief rally at the open, and now that share move is lower, but not as bad as you would think.
All right, so airlines getting hit again today, and it's I don't think a huge surprise with the rise in crude, and I imagine jet fuel is following along. Almost all of the oil, gasoline, and fuel products are up today. In terms of other movers, HP, Hewlett-Packard, is down today. What's going on there?
Yeah, that stock is down more than 2%, extending losses for a third day. That's after Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway disclosed that it sold $158.5 million worth of shares of the PC maker. Bloomberg intelligence analysts say that this reinforces rising concerns about the printer maker's ability to stabilize and grow free cash flow. There have also been concerns, of course, about its printing business. I mean, it's a tough time. No one is really using printers anymore, I guess, outside the office.
Except for Carol Masser. Carol Masser is still...
That's true. She prints reams of paper.
Yes, and David Weston as well. They are still paper-intensive hosts.
But there are very few. You know, I have been here for 23 years, so I remember when all of our scripts were printed. I remember when all of our notes were printed. And now it just seems like... a waste.
Yeah, a waste.
You know, I gotta say I'm a little bit of a hypocrite because I actually have some of my notes printed too.
But you're logged into the terminal. Why do you need to print your notes?
I don't know. There's something about just physically holding a piece of paper.
I will get Count Masser in here and just grill her about her.
We'd need to find her first. Her desk is just covered with books and papers.
Yes.
And...
Well, she's out, I don't know, sailing the seven seas somewhere. I don't know where she is.
True.
Yeah, so we'll track her down. All right, Alex, thanks so much for joining us. Alex Semenova, Bloomberg, covering the equity markets for us. Again, a nice move in the S&P 500, up 0.7%. We had some retail sales come out this morning, and I thought they were pretty darn good. You look at retail sales, better than expected, a little bit weaker than last month, but still pretty solid. I don't know. It seems pretty good to me.
You use the ECAN function?
No, I was just using ECO.
ECAN Go.
Okay.
It's a new function on the Bloomberg terminal.
Yes, you're pitching it.
It's the World Economic Analyzer. I absolutely love it.
Okay, so I'm looking at retail sales. Okay.
Yeah, you can the drop-down menu, you can look at, CPI, you can look at PCE, you can look at retail sales. I think we have it.
Hey, we have ARM opening. Opening at 55. Well, we're trading at $55.75 today. Right now, it priced at 51. So a nice little lift off of there. So we got that open, rough around 12:09 p.m. Wall Street time. So we'll keep an eye on that. ARM
All right, here we go, baby.
$4.90 from
ARM.
Print.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do with this. I'm going to stay here on SPY. Hold on a second here.
Threadneedle. Mari, I know you spent a lot.
Hold on here, boys and girls.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think that the July retail.
We've got ARM. What do we know about ARM, right? Let's take a look at what we know about ARM. $51. This is what retailers are at. They're also at $47, $51. Here's the opening 1 minute bar on ARM. You guys want to do this together? You guys interested in this or no? Here, how about this? I'm going to go back to SPY for you. Hold on 1 second. I got you guys covered. We'll stay on SPY for you. You guys are all trading SPY. I'm going to do a different window with ARM on it. Like all the Tesla and NVDA bulls, they're all pissed off at the moment because they're not going to want to compete with ARM today. All the day traders going to go over and trade ARM. So be careful of a roll here on the marketplace. And seriously, be careful of a roll here in the marketplace. Hold on one second here. Be careful, because everybody's going to do the new shiny ring. So what we'll do is we'll switch back and forth. Well, let me see if I can do this twice here. I'm going to switch back and forth between arm and SPOOs, okay? So here's arm. So what can we decipher? Ready? What can we decipher from arm off the opening bell? We got we got known sellers right there. We got known demand right there. Right? Demand right here. Buyers or buyer, seller, seller, seller. What would be the upside and downside targets? Always big fat round numbers, right? So we're opening here at 56. So you're going to be looking for $60 up here. And then to the downside, you're going to be looking for 55. I kind of already have that 55, right? We got the 51 up there, so we're going to go with 65 as our next one. You guys ever trade this stuff? Do you guys ever know how to trade an IPO? I don't know if you guys know how to trade an IPO or not, but we'll trade it together if you want. SPOOs squeezing right now. SPOOs squeezing, trying to get to PT3 at 450.43. ARM trying to squeeze right now. We've got a 3-trigger cluster on ARM to the upside. Hold on one second here. In one quick second here, we're going to go over to the chart down below. So look at the chart down to the bottom left-hand side of your screen. This is ARM right here. And we're going to do this ARM together, okay? It's a 1-minute chart on ARM. While these people trade SPY, we're going to trade ARM together. So right down here on ARM, we've got a base of 55.54. We've got a price target to the upside of $58. Just below it right here. We got another big target above of $60. Whoop, right up here. Major target to the upside. You're going to call this one right here PT1. Can you guys see this? Yeah, you can see this. You have a price target right here, PT1 of $60. Bias is to the upside right now to break above 58 and then smash into 59.98. As long as we trade the 6 EMA all the way up, your dip buy right now is down below on 56.65. If 56.65 gives it up, right down there, this is your, watch this box down here. This box down here is going to be trend over, okay? And we'll readjust this. Hold on a second here. I also want you to remember the time when we opened. We opened at 12, okay? So make sure you're watching the half hour on ARM, okay? Make sure you're watching the half an hour. Make sure you're using a clock when trading ARM. So ARM has 14 minutes to make a new high. Have not made that high yet. First target, $60. If you want to know what target I think it's going to hit, at least $100. I think it goes to at least 100. About 3 to 5 sessions likely of going up, and then a major roll on that ticker. I am expecting a big roll on that ticker, but about $100 to start, possibly 150, 125. Look at SPY, baby. SPY just smashed into R3 right now. Woo! ARM trading 58, 27, 58, 30, trying to trade up and trade $60. SPY just smashing and bashing in on R3 right now. Woo! SPY needs to get above 450.43 to make its way to the next level. Look for a pullback on SPY at some point for a dip buy down below at 448.78. Keep your eyes on 448.78 on SPOOs as we have hit R3. If you are looking for the next target on SPOOs to the upside, if you're looking for an XTX sell, if you know what that means, your next upside target is 452.76. ARM trading 58.75 right now, looking for 59.98. If you're trading ARM right now, watch that down on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. We're going to go to a 30-minute chart right now on SPOOs. We're going to show you guys the next target. So keep your eyes on SPOOs to the upside if that's what you're trading. You've got some minor trouble ahead, but still minor. Just a thin yellow line right there, right? The major squeeze, though, is above 451.17, and you will trade. This is your actual STX sell right here. Is going to be 452.72. 452.72 is R4. We'll just write STX sell on that. STX sell 452. That's one standard deviation all the way up right there. So 452.72. You've got some stuff over here. This is a squeeze zone in here too. They don't like this squeeze zone, right? First time we attempt the squeeze, normally it fails. Squeeze zone right in here, okay? ARM going up to trade PT1 right now at $60. Be careful as we hit these. We are going to roll. You're going to see panic. You will see panic. You're going to look for a dip buy down below on 57.94. So look down below. We're going to go back to the 1-minute chart here on SPY. There's that XTX sell. There's your squeeze zone. R3 target hit on SPOOs a day early. ARM now tagging PT1, trading 59.83. Holy shit. Woohoo! ARM tagging PT1 right here. Look for a pullback. Up, down, and look to hold 58.52 to make the next level. So ARM right here, I'm going to show you two places. There's your first one, and there is your second one right here to go up. Two places to buy the dip. If we break below these two green boxes right here, trade is over. Next target to the upside on ARM, $65, baby. $65. There are some rules here if you're trading ARM. I want you to realize that as we tag high, big zeros, there can be violent moves down. Another thing to remember about ARM is that as it trades up and the day wanes, you'll get violent moves down. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's bearish, but people will take their money and go home. So you might be trying to trade ARM at 3:30 in the afternoon, 2:30 in the afternoon, and ARM will just sell off. So be careful. It's very volatile. Your next target to the upside, 65. Woohoo! Not relenting. Ultimately, price target, I'm going to give it $100, $98 with a major pullback. And then you're going to see probably 125 as a topish, somewhere in there. 125, maybe 150. But that shit ain't holding. So do not believe. Don't be buying ARM at 125 and thinking that you're the rocket scientist smart guy. They're going to sell that shit on you. You are a seller. Here, I'm going to write this right here. Boom, big old red box. I'm going to write this in for you so you don't get trapped. Seller below. That works, right? That'll work for you. Oh, boy. How many of you guys know how to trade an IPO as it opens? Here you go. You're learning right now. Invitation to Discord. Yes. There's an invitation to Discord. How are we doing on Twitch over here? How's everybody doing over here? Good to see you guys on Twitch. Dude, I keep saying I'm going to be, there's your other target up here. PT2. On ARM, right there. There we go, right there. So there's ARM for you if you're an ARM trader. Let's take a look. Who said that? Trade Moxie. Thank you for saying Dixie looks bullish. Let me take a look at all of those real quick. HYG flattening out a little bit right now, trying to hold its 27 EMA. It's looking a little long in the tooth, isn't it, HYG? It's not looking so healthy right now. Dixie looking bullish right now, right? Dixie just muscling along, looking pretty bullish here. Dixie wanting to trade higher. NASDAQ coming back down to trade and test its 5-minute 27 EMA. VIX. Somebody get the shovel out for VIX. Who wants the VIX apocalypse? Who wants to see VIX trade $5? VIX trading 13.05. Known support on VIX is at $12.85. Known support on VIX at 13.05. Tesla rolling over right now in its 1-minute trigger, coming back down right now. Be careful on ARM here. I want to tell you something about ARM. Watch this on ARM. I would not be a buyer below this yellow line. See this? Making these yellow. These shouldn't be yellow, but that should be white. Clean this up for you right here. Right there. That's better. That's better. I like that. That's better. Seller below that right there, right there. Yeah, that's seller below there. This is major support right here on ARM. That's major support. So we'll just do that right there. We'll do, instead of doing PT, we'll do text S1. So S1 right now on ARM is right here. And then we've got S2 right here. On ARM. And then we've got S3 right here. Whoop. Or I guess we could make these R. I'm saying they're support, but more in reality, they're more like resistance. Let's call that R3. Let's call that R3 or R2. Save that one up there. Make that one right there. Make that one R1. That's R1. This is known support, right? So that's S1 down there. We got a plan. It's been open. We got a plan. S2 to the downside on ARM. Right at 50. Make it nice and simple. There's S2. Same thing applies here, right? Same thing applies here for ARM. We want to see this R1 hold. And I'll leave that. Let me see if you guys can all see that right there. That's all good right there. SPY holding its 27 EMA right now. Big old sell on this one. Find out if we got buyers here or not. Reverse split on VIX. Reverse split on VIX. Okay. I'll be back with you. You guys should be good right now, right? You got everything you need. I don't think there's anything else that you need here except for this stuff here. You guys got everything you need right here. R3. We got R2 down here. You guys know where that is. All right, we're good. There you go. There's ARM, baby. You got to start to ARM. That's good. You got some structure, something to work off, right? You got something to work off on ARM. Dude, VIX just took a nosedive. Check VIX really quick here. You know what? VIX is sitting on other known support too. I should have mentioned this. So VIX is actually sitting. I'm going to expect some downside here on SPY really quick. I'm going to expect SPY, some roll here in SPY. Be careful. Let me check this here. Yeah, next known support after 1303 is 1285. And then below 1285 is 1273. Careful of a market roll here. Do me a super solid and be careful of a market roll. So it would look like a failure here. You'd get up there and then there'd be a failure. We're getting close. We're getting a little long in the tooth here. We're getting there. Yeah, that 450.89. And there goes that squeeze zone. Maybe we catch the squeeze and then it rolls. It's possible we could do like major squeeze here and then a giant sell the news up here. So be really cautious. If you are long for this, have designated I'm selling. And they're going to try to sell that specifically on you. They're not going to lie. They don't want you to get the squeeze. So be really careful of a roll at 451.17 on any kind of a squeeze. So it would look like you'd look like a squeeze up here, and then boom, red candle straight down. Like they call them tweezers. So you'll like see a major green bar up, and then a red bar straight down, okay? Depths of hell. So have like a defined sell zone if we get up there right now. So then leave this up so you can see it. Can you see that on stream? Yeah, there you go. That's better. Apple now coming into a 1 hour. So just heads up here that Apple is now on an hourly basis looking to trade 178.67 as long as it stays above 175.56. Apple looking to reverse to the upside right now, believe it or not, on an hourly basis. Apple needs to stay above 175.53 to trade 178.97. Any roll below that 175.13, do not buy it. Yeah, dude, I don't know, like on the, let me take a look at this VIX down here. I'm going to make a warning to you guys out there, okay? Listen closely. On a 2-hour chart, I'm watching VIX. 1273 is the low from June 22nd. Things get wild down there, okay? Wild. Be really, really, really careful. So that 1273, I mean, that VIX, dude, is right at a bottom. It is so close. Be really careful here of a roll in the market. Really careful here. Truly. Yeah, dude, Volmageddon, baby. You know it, Volmageddon. Nice tweezer trade to the upside right here. 2 nice bars on ARM. We'll see if it resolves to the upside. If you want to buy ARM, you're looking for this cross up to the upside. You want to get above this green bar first. You need to get above this right here. Oh, yeah, be super careful here. Super careful. Super, super careful. If you're a seller, let me know. Are you guys getting all bared up right now? I would be. I'd be getting kind of bearish here. If I was a bear, I'd be getting kind of bearish. Jimmy Berry, what are you thinking here, man? What's your take right now, Jimmy? $30-minute trigger's at max bullish. Hourly trigger is not, but it's getting close. That 30-minute trigger that we sold on is max bullish right now. Remember, on ARM, you need to be above this top green box to take a long on it. This one right here, this top green box right here. You need to be above it. What do you think, Jimmy? Yeah, it all depends on Dixie. Yeah, dude, I'm watching Dixie too. Dixie is just fucking moving right now. $5.28 currently. And we have got Dixie going up. We got a slight roll in HYG. We've got VIX trying to find a bottom right here. It's starting to get like, if not a roll right now, it's soon, right? Some kind of major pull, not major, but a decent pullback. If and when we get that pullback, I'm going to expect the pullback to 447.63. Unless we just keep fucking grinding higher, right? If we chop it all the way up, like down, then up, then down, then up, and just grind out the VIX. There we go, right there. Coiling going on right now in ARM. Should get an explosive move here in just a few moments. Let me see what you guys are doing there. You guys can see all of this maybe right here. There you go. Jimmy Berry is saying all sectors still green for now. It's possibly melt up. It's a repeat of last 2 days, run early and then dump. All good points. Yeah, if we get the melt up situation too, Jimmy, it would just be like boom, up and down, grind to the top. They'd leave VIX behind, or VIX would start ripping, even though price is going higher. Market makers are just fucking with us. I agree with that. I would wait for around 1:32 p.m. See how much premium gets sucked out. Agree with that statement too. Is ARM done? No. Nope, ARM is not done. Not done yet. So on ARM, if you think they're done selling ARM, you want to be, if you're looking for a sell signal on ARM, you're looking for this kind of action right here. That's how you know you're bearish on ARM. Right there, you'd know you're bearish on ARM. Right now, we are bullish on ARM. Whether you know that or not, I'm letting you know. We are bullish, and we've got some targets upstairs. We've got 61.36, 62.18, and 65 on tap on ARM to the upside. And we have declining velocity, or excuse me, declining volume on ARM, so that's all positive for an upside move. Bigger moves with lower volume. Bigger moves, less volume. There we go, right there. Thanks, Jimmy. Thanks for chiming in on that, brother. Appreciate it. Bookmap is down today. I don't know why it's down on my end, but it's not doing it. I don't know what is happening for me on Bookmap today, but I'm getting I have no Bookmap today. You don't need it though. All right, I'm going to leave you guys here. I'll be back. I will be back, baby. Arm squeezing right now. Look at that squeeze on arm. Trying to squeeze it up. People trying to sell into arm right now. People selling into a squeeze right now. They're like, get me out, bro. Get me out. I'm scared. Just give me 62, please. Or give me $60.34. Get me out as fast as I possibly can get out. Some randos down there at 47. He's like, get me out at 60 right now. They were offering it at 47 the other day on Robinhood. 47. So we've got those levels down there. I'm going to show them to you. We got 55. That's S1. S2 is 50. Shouldn't be 50. It should be 51 and change. Because these are known buyers here. S3 should be at $47. Just because we know the retailers are messing around, we also know that some people can't sell for a certain time period, right? They got a blackout. We know we have limited shares available, so if we ever get down here, we'll make this a solid. There, make that a solid right there. There's S1, there's S2. You guys want to see this on chart? There you go. There goes your first charting for ARM. First charting for ARM, S1, S2, S3. R1, R2, R3 is $70 right up here. So upside price target on this run, $70. $69.69 is the upside price target. $69.69. $69.69. Oh, someone's saying ARM IPO, blackout 120 days without a penalty. Can still get out, but cost a fee to do so. Which IPO though, Smithers? I'm not talking about the Robinhood IPO. I'm talking about the so when a company IPOs, they have, I don't know, it used to be like 3 to 5 rounds, and now it seems today like it's like 15 to 20 rounds. Thanks for your wife is healthy. Thanks for resubscribing, Tier 1 on Twitch. I will let you know if you're following this broadcast on YouTube that with no delay, Twitch is a better streaming service. If you want to chat on Twitch and not pay for it, you can go to Prime Gaming and subscribe via Prime Gaming to my channel, and you can chat for free on Twitch. It's actually free to chat there. Seems like we're spending a lot of time around this R1, right? Spending whether this holds or not doesn't matter. We just know that there's a lot of time being spent in here, right? So that's important to know, right? This is forming a level, isn't it? You see that on opening day. We've got some kind of support resistance going on here. Good morning, Jill. How are you? Yeah, Jill, I've got support at I got support at 55, 50, and 47. Because I know there are public buyers down here. I know that we had some public buyers down here, so I'm gonna assume that's like the public support down there. I hope you're doing well, Jill. Good to see you. Thanks, Purbill, Tom. Appreciate it. How you doing, Bicky? Yeah, Jimmy, it's going to get wild up here, man. It's going to get wild, brother. Like this whole move right here could go like straight up here, man, and then straight back down. You just like straight squeeze and then immediate reversal. Like right there. Move that over so you can see it over there. Move that over so you can see it over there. All right, I'm out of here. I got to do my work. All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
With Bloomberg, you get the story behind the story behind the global birth rate, behind your EV battery's environmental impact, behind sand. Yeah, sand. You get context, and context changes everything. Go to Bloomberg.com to get context.
Carriers are ready to offer up deals on the new iPhone. More from Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti.
The biggest phone debut of the year comes with the smallest price tag as the cell phone carriers unleash major deals tied to Apple's new iPhone 15s. AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon are offering the models with $1,000 discounts or at no cost. The promotions will likely test just how much cost the companies are willing to shoulder as they hunt for subscriber growth, which has slowed.
All right, shares of AT&T right now up about 2.5%. T-Mobile shares up about 1.5%. Another airline is trimming its outlook due to higher fuel costs. Delta Airlines says it also reduced its expectations for third quarter profit because of larger than expected maintenance costs. The carrier did reaffirm its full-year guidance on earnings. And Delta's also changing up its Sky Miles loyalty program. Bloomberg's Steve Potisk has that story.
Starting January 1st, it will use only cash spent, not miles flown, in calculating member rewards. The change follows similar moves made by other carriers designed to benefit the increasing number of people using co-branded credit cards for everything from flying to buying groceries.
And Delta shares right now down about 0.5%. And JetBlue says delays in aircraft deliveries and planes waiting for engines or repairs are hurting its growth. The airline tells Bloomberg it will get just 19 new Airbus aircraft this year instead of the 30 that it originally expected. And problems with Pratt & Whitney parts will take some planes out of commission by the middle of this month. Shares of JetBlue right now up about 2%. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
Global market news changes in an instant, so don't miss a minute. Listen to Bloomberg Radio anytime, anywhere around the world on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in, the Bloomberg Business app, and Bloomberg.com.
Chain out.
Together, we have the opportunity to build a more sustainable and inclusive future. At the Bloomberg New Economy Forum, we help make this possibility
Just to note that Tesla's forming a dragon pattern to the upside. Tesla forming a dragon pattern to the upside right now.
Because when global leaders work together, the outcomes benefit all of us. Learn more at BloombergNewEconomy.com.
When you get your news from Bloomberg, you don't just get the story. You get the story behind the story. How your EV's battery may not be as green as it seems. Why a decrease in global birth rates could send countries scrambling to increase immigration. You get context, and context changes how you see things, how you change things, because context changes everything. Go to Bloomberg.com to get context.
Chainalysis is the premier blockchain data platform. Crypto businesses, financial institutions, and government agencies utilize Chainalysis data and services to make sense of what's happening on the blockchain. As regulators and policymakers work together to pass legislation that provides clarity for crypto businesses and protects consumers, they have the chance to do so with unparalleled data and research into the crypto ecosystem. Demystify cryptocurrency and gain greater visibility and insight by visiting chainalysis.com/radio.
It's hard to keep up with breaking global business news.
It was a mixed day here in the States.
Volatility is sky high.
But at Bloomberg, our seasoned reporters and anchors make it look easy.
European stocks hit a fresh record. Bears have basically been rendered obsolete.
The rate hike dance is playing out in the belly of the curve.
Are you worried about a wage price spiral?
A lot of Wall Street strategists getting more and more cautious here.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
The Big Take, a daily podcast from Bloomberg and iHeartRadio, highlighting the best reporting by Bloomberg News from around the globe.
This trend you're seeing is very much at the top of the firm.
They're printing money like never before.
Each weekday, we dig into one important story and tell you why it matters.
Given the climate crisis, gas isn't clean enough.
AI is transforming our political reality.
Listen to The Big Take on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen. Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bridgebank helps breakthrough ideas actually break through and remains dedicated to providing financial solutions to the risk takers, the game changers, and the disruptors, those committed to making the world a better place. Bridgebank has been providing financial solutions to technology and innovation companies from inception to IPO and beyond for over 2 decades through its national network of banking teams and offices. Bridgebank, a division of Western Alliance Bank, member FDIC. Bridgebank, be bold, venture wisely.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Matt Miller and Paul Sweeney live here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We're doing the YouTube thing, streaming live. on YouTube. So go over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Global News, whatever you need to do. That'll get you there. Welcome, our good friend Bailey Lipschultz. He's been busy today because he covers the equity markets, Bailey Lipschultz does. And that includes the IPO market, the SPAC market, anything that touches the equity markets, we go to Bailey Lipschultz. And Bailey, I'm telling you, I'm looking at this ARM thing here. Price at $51 a share. Stock's trading at $60. It's up 18%. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, really strong debut. And what we reported was a roughly 12 times oversubscribed offering. When you're looking at the valuation, Paul, we talked about this in the weeks leading up to this. There were a lot of people questioning SoftBank's deal to buy back a quarter of the company from itself at a $64 billion valuation. Right now it's at $61.5 billion. So looking at that pipe, not really maybe that bad of a deal, but it does seem like a lot of excitement, and we do have this coming ahead of a pair of pretty closely watched and highly anticipated deals next week.
Yeah, that's kind of where I wanted to go here. I mean, this really sets the tone. If I'm the underwriters for some of those other deals, Instacart and the other ones that you've been talking about, I got to feel pretty good. They came to market with a good tape today. The S&P's up 0.9%, but this thing's trading really well. It's got to set the tone for the market, I would think.
Yeah, and I was talking to someone on the deal earlier, and he was basically saying there was a little bit of concern yesterday in the ARM boardroom about the inflation data. And when they saw that come out, they kind of breathed a sigh of relief and kind of put the pedal to the metal. And that's why you're seeing a really strong reception from investors and going ahead, as you mentioned, into Instacart next week. Klaviyo, 2 VC-backed companies shifting towards profitability. So that will really give us a sense of where the IPO market could be going later this year and into next year. And obviously that also does potentially set the stage likely for either later this month, early next month for Birkenstock to go public. So
that's right.
Seeing a bit of deals volume pick up finally.
Yeah, so we were talking to Bloomberg Intelligence analyst Kunjan Sobhani out in San Francisco, and he covers the semiconductor chip makers, and he kind of points out that they've got some work to do here at ARM because they're really successful in providing chip designs for the phone business, the auto business, all good businesses, but they're not AI growth stories, and they've begun to pivot to AI in terms of offering their chips design, but they've got a long way to go against some of the bigger competitors. But the market today is saying, all right, we kind of have confidence in this strategy.
Yeah, and when you look at the strategic investors they brought on, the fact that NVIDIA, granted, NVIDIA was going to buy them a few years ago, NVIDIA being one of those investors really did seem to be kind of a stamp of approval that this is where we could be going, because you're looking at a company like NVIDIA when you essentially have more than tripled this year and added hundreds of billions of dollars in market value. Riding that wave of AI enthusiasm is good now, but as you mentioned, the question will be, where is this company at 3 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now on delivering on those promises to go into AI and data centers?
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, SoftBank retains 90% of ARM after the IPO. So it would be interesting to see kind of how they think about unwinding that position or over what time period.
Well, that's actually the thing is they're planning, really, the messaging has been to keep that and use it to lever up, to take out some loans, to maybe make some other investments. And that, I think, was one of the things when you're talking to the bankers and investors on this deal, that scarcity value could be driving the investments. Because if you didn't get in on this IPO and you didn't get your allocation and they're not selling, you have to buy it in the aftermarket.
Okay, that'll be interesting to see because that'll be out there. And that, that's called an overhang, quite frankly, if there's that much stock out there, which you don't like to see. So the way you counter that is, I guess, by that rhetoric saying we're holders here.
Yeah, and you're holding in this, at least in this tape right now, with 70 million shares trading, is drawing in quite a bit of excitement. So,
all right, other news, big news for Tom Keene, certainly. Boston Red Sox fired Chief Baseball Officer Chaim Bloom after almost 4 seasons. I mean, if you don't win in Boston, like New York, you're out, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, both the Yankees and Red Sox who play today,
doubleheader,
tied in last in the AL East at a game over 500. I think the main takeaway will be with Chaim is he's forever going to be remembered as the guy who traded away Mookie Betts.
Yep, absolutely. That's a good point. So lots going on in the markets and in Major League Baseball. Sound On with Joe Matthew from Washington, D.C. That starts right now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, from our nation's capital, This is Bloomberg Sound On.
The Biden administration says we're making good on a long-held promise. Ballooning budget deficits in Washington. We're in a bizarro political world here.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Most people, including most Republicans in Congress, understand that we need to get aid to Ukraine.
Who's going to take us in a rational way into the future and lead our country?
This has really become kind of the new frontier in American politics, is this battle between red states and blue cities.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
The countdown clocks are ticking to a possible auto strike and government shutdown. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the Biden administration braces for turbulence from Washington and Detroit. We'll have the latest on both from Bloomberg White House reporter Jordan Fabian, who's with us in studio today, just as the president calls out Republicans for what he's calling MAGA-nomics. Insights today from Congresswoman Chrissy Houlihan, Democrat from Pennsylvania, on the political clouds hanging over the Capitol. And Governor Ron DeSantis later is wading into the shutdown fight, and Vivek Ramaswamy calls for firing 75% of the federal workforce. Analysis on all these stories coming up from our signature panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are both with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. So let's get to it with a look at Wall Street midday trading now from Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Matthew, we are higher across the board. Lots going on Wall Street. Lots of moving parts. And yes, we've got you covered. S&P back above 4,500. Stocks are rallying. ARM is surging. ARM Holdings higher now in its trading debut. We've got ARM stock up by 17.4% after raising $4.87 billion in the year's biggest initial public offering. And Bloomberg Radio caught up moments ago with ARM CEO Rene Haas on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange.
AI is everywhere, and if it's your edge device like the Assistant or the Alexa or your autonomous vehicle, that's all AI. And now we're seeing it in the cloud and the data center with all the growth of NVIDIA. NVIDIA announcing one of their newest products, Grace Hopper, that is based on ARM. So ARM is everywhere relative to AI.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Bloomberg Technology Podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcast. Stocks higher across the board. S&P right now up 39, up by 0.9%. We have got the Dow up 342, up by 1%. ARM certainly helping tech sentiment today. NASDAQ up by 0.9% of 123 points. And the NASDAQ 100 index up now by 1%. 10-year yield 4.28% with a 2-year now yielding 4.99%. Spot gold up $2.50 the ounce to $19.10, up 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2% right now, $90.28. That's key. We do have West Texas Intermediate back above $90 a barrel. After the close of trading today, Adobe Systems reports Adobe now down by just about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you, and welcome to the Thursday edition of Bloomberg Sound On. Little Friday with a lot in the news, and it's going to sound familiar to what we talked about yesterday, but we're getting ever closer here. So we'll pick our crises chronologically as we spend some time in a moment with Jordan Fabian. Thanks for joining us on the radio, on the satellite, on the podcast, of course, if you're downloading this, and now on YouTube, where we always invite you to join us here with the cameras in the studio. It's actually, we're back in the old radio studio with the cameras today. It's kind of cool. Come on in. Go to YouTube, search Bloomberg Global News, and we'll meet you there. The headline on the terminal, Biden has few options to avert strike against big three car makers. That's the writing of Jordan Fabian, as we just heard from Sean Fain, the head of the UAW. It's not sounding good.
All three companies continue to reject all of our proposals for retirement security. For the first time in our history, we may strike all three of the big three at once.
All three of the big three at once. And the deadline is coming up at 11:59 p.m. here. We're just hours away at this point. That's why we wanted to spend some time with Jordan. You're writing, great to see you, by the way, about the options this president may have, and it appears there aren't many. Is there any 11th hour move he can make?
You know, Joe, this isn't like the rail strike from last year where the president had a legal option to intervene and keep the workers at work and impose a contract to make sure that it happens. The president doesn't have that option here. So all he can do is really beg the sides to stay at the table and reach an agreement. And so we've heard that he's been in touch with Sean Fain. He's been in touch with auto executives over the past few weeks. He's deputized Gene Sperling, who's one of his chief advisors, to stay on top of the situation. But all he can do is hope. He doesn't have some kind of magic wand he can wave and prevent a strike from happening.
So what role is Gene Sperling actually playing? Is he standing by if needed? Is he engaging or acting as kind of an informal mediator? Because they've not asked for anyone to step in here, right?
They haven't asked for anyone, and my understanding is that Gene Sperling has not stepped in to play that mediator role. What
all three of the big three. That's got to trigger a presidential address, right?
Yeah, you would think so. And I want to be clear that what we're expecting, if they do strike, is targeted strikes at first. So certain plants being struck, not whole companies all at once. So it seems like they're trying to spread the pain and possibly target plants that are producing vehicles that are the profit centers for these companies. So, for example, like Ford.
You guys are listening to him talk about these UAW strikes, and what's shocking about the UAW strikes is that so I live in Michigan. The UAW union in Michigan is strong. So I know people in the unions here, and the two things that the union has been saying about the strikes are that the automakers have a ton of cars sitting on lots intentionally, and that they had forced 7-day work weeks, 7 days a week for their workers, so that they could increase production in anticipation of a strike. So a lot of these workers that I know here in Detroit have been working 6, 7, 10, 12-hour shifts, week in, week out, anticipating a shutdown. So just be aware, if you're listening to the news about the big three and any strikes coming, that these automakers have already prepared for a strike in terms of production.
Not to mention, you think just of union-friendly states like Pennsylvania. We're going to talk to Chrissy Houlihan in a moment. This could have ripple effects even beyond the auto sector when it comes to perceptions of this president.
Absolutely. There's been, some people have called it the summer of strikes. There's been a lot of union action. I've heard from sources that say they saw how hard the UAW saw how hard of a bargain the Teamsters drove with UPS, and that kind of emboldened them to take more action. So, of course, this could be a solidarity moment for the union movement. And not to mention, there's practical effects, too. I mean, a strike would not only impact the auto workers themselves, but suppliers, restaurants and bars that might be serving auto workers that won't see the foot traffic. Right. So we're talking about widespread effects.
Incredible stuff here. These are wild times that we're living in. Jordan, thank you for helping us make sense of it and find Jordan's story on the terminal. If you want to prepare yourself for what may be about to happen here, the story is right there about Biden's few options to avert a strike against the big three. Great to see you, Jordan. Don't be a stranger.
Thanks, Joe.
Always. Bloomberg White House reporter Jordan Fabian. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington as we add the voice now of Congresswoman Chrissy Houlihan. We've been looking forward to the conversation. It's been a couple of weeks now that everybody's back in town. It's really interesting to gauge sentiment on a lot of these issues. And, of course, nothing is bigger than this potential shutdown at the moment. The news has not been getting easier. From Pennsylvania's 6th District, it's wonderful to have you back, Congresswoman. Thank you for the time. I don't know what's going on in the House of Representatives, and maybe you don't either. There's talk about a motion to vacate a government shutdown. Apparently the military funding bill has bumped into a wall because of objections from some hardline Republicans, in this case, Eyes on the Freedom Caucus. Are you bracing for a shutdown, or is this what it feels like, last-minute negotiations, if we can call it that?
I'm not certain what the future holds either. I will say that I was sworn in about 5 years ago now into the longest shutdown, as you might recall, in 2019, I think it was. So I've seen this before, and it's not pretty, and it's very, very harmful to people when it happens. So, of course, the vast majority of us would like to make sure that we avert that and, frankly, avert a continuing resolution, which is basically kicking the can down the road as well. But if I had to guess, we will end up with a continuing resolution, and of some length of time. I've heard anywhere from 1 week to several months, and that is preferred over a shutdown, but certainly not an optimal choice. I very much hope that we can calmer heads will prevail, and I hope that we can find our way to keeping the government open and funded.
Yeah, the speaker talked about his frustration with a few members earlier today. Do the Matt Gaetzes of the House take up too much oxygen to really understand what the Republican conference, or your conference for that matter, believes here? Are we listening to the right people, or is it just the fringe voices that are getting through?
With all respect to the speaker, I would push back and say there are 435 of us here. And as I mentioned, the majority of us would like very much to properly fund the government. And I think he needs to kind of look beyond his own party and beyond those people on the far, far right and understand that we're all here to serve our people and our community. And so I hope that he's thinking hard about the next steps. And I know it's at his peril, at his political peril, but there's just too many lives that are at stake in terms of making sure people are able to go home with paychecks for us to continue to screw around with our parties. We really need to find each other in the middle.
Is this talk of a motion to vacate real? Do you think you could be a House without a speaker in a couple of weeks?
I'm confident the talk of motion to vacate is real, and that's the position that the speaker put himself into when he was voted in. It only takes one, frankly, and not a whole lot of votes to actually vacate the chair. And I don't know, we would certainly be, as if we're not already in unprecedented territory and unprecedented times, we would be in really unprecedented times at that point in time. So I believe the Matt Gaetzes of the world when they speak.
I guess you believe the Tommy Tubervilles of the world as well. We talked to you about this on Bloomberg TV, and I know it was something you were very passionate about as someone who's served your country. He has not, although I know that he's told us repeatedly he was a military brat growing up. But he's not pulling back on this blockade of military promotions, flag officers, general officers, in objection to the Pentagon's abortion travel policy here. We actually spoke with him, Congresswoman, 2 days ago, and he pushed back on the idea that this was impacting military readiness. A brief remark from him here, and we'll have you reply. Here's what he said.
They have no clue of what this policy is. They just wanted to change it to let the American people know, hey, we can do what we want to, and I'm not going to allow them to do it. Now, if they continue to do it, we're going to have the same people in place as admirals and generals. Again, there's no readiness problem. We got people in place that are doing their jobs.
I know that you're concerned about a recruitment deterrent, about military families and temporary housing because of this. But speak to that issue of readiness. Is he right? You keep the same people. They're doing great now. You keep them there. It's not going to be an interruption in the chain of command. What do you think?
That's positively asinine. I was in Hawaii and Indo-PACOM recently over the August work period, and there are 4-star generals and admirals who are retiring with no one named as their successor. Nobody approved as their successor. This is an absolute readiness issue. And of course, it's a deterrent for people who want to, work in a functioning organization and they're not necessarily seeing the military as functioning. And it's also a deterrent when you're basically going against the majority of the will of the people. Most people support women's right to be in charge of their own body. Most people believe in reproductive freedom. And so when you're looking at an all-volunteer military, it can't help but affect recruiting and readiness. But it's insane for him to say that several hundred positions that now remain unconfirmed are not affecting our readiness right now.
So what's the off-ramp here? He's showing no signs of backing down. We talked to Congressman Michael McCall, the chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, last evening. He's one of the few higher-ranking Republicans who've called him out. He said this is paralyzing our military. Is that what it's going to take, more Republicans to pressure him to stand down?
Yeah, I'm under no illusions that what I'm saying about Senator Tuberville matters at one whit to him. What it will take is certainly more Republicans in elected office, and frankly more constituents of his, as well as people around the country, to really lay to bear what's happening here. Perhaps more pressure from the military itself, if there hasn't already been enough. So it is kind of worrisome that this one person can hold several hundred nominations at bay right now, and that's something that is really concerning for many of us, I think.
What does it mean to have a military without a chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Because it looks like that's about to happen.
You have to be just a person who's watched a movie, to know that you can't have a military without its brass, or somebody who just has worked at a company to know that if you're rudderless without leadership, it's going to matter. We just talked about vacating the chair in the House of Representatives. That will impact the ability of us to get our jobs done, regardless of what side of the aisle you are on. It's common sense that we can't hold this up like this.
Just a market note here that Dixie is trying to squeeze up and trade 105.43. There's a little bit of a roll as well in HYG. And VIX is near some kind of a bottom, even though it's being ground down. If you start to see VIX rolling up and price is still going higher and HYG is rolling down, it's signifying a topping of the market. Tesla starting to roll a little bit as well, rolling below its 27 EMA. HYG rolling over right here, so just be conscious of this. There's some weakness currently in the market. ARM's still looking good right now. I would not look towards ARM. I think, generally speaking, these things will do their own thing. Any IPO likely won't follow the market, especially if the market's rolling over. Oftentimes, you'll see IPOs just do their own thing. So I wouldn't be using ARM or the greater market as an indicator up or down on it. I would trade ARM completely separately. So if the market's going up and ARM is going down, wouldn't shock me. I would not trade an IPO against the market on its first day or the first week or two that it's open.
Military hardware, getting into police departments, sometimes these get to be very gray lines.
No, I understand the argument, and this bill is supported bipartisanly by a lot of people who want to invest, of course, in our police force, but also want to protect our citizenry. And I think this particular piece of legislation does a really good job of making sure that we're educating police, creating databases for police, making sure that we have a good relationship from citizen to police. And I think that there can be both. You can have a protected citizenry and also a strengthened police force as well.
Can I just ask before I let you go, Congresswoman, are you glad to be back in Washington? Have you been dreading it all August?
I feel as though that this is a really important time to be here in Washington or in my community. I'm fortunate that my community is just up the road a few hours, so I can kind of get back and forth pretty easily. I'm not going to lie. I wish Congress in Washington were much more highly functional or functional at all in some cases. But I do think it's really important that I represent our community and that I'm physically here to do that.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hope you'll stay in touch with us. The Congresswoman from Pennsylvania, Chrissy Houlihan, we thank you, as always, for talking with us today on Bloomberg. Joining us from Capitol Hill, if you were with us on the YouTube feed, you would have seen that. We invite you, search Bloomberg Global News on YouTube and join the party here. Of course, we always welcome you on the radio, on the satellite, and on the podcast as well, here on Sound On Nation. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We assemble our panel. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. As we count down to a couple of potentially ugly headlines, Jeannie, where's your head right now? Where's Joe Biden's head? Sitting in the West Wing, watching the potential strike of a lifetime here in Detroit, apparently. All three of the big three is the last thing that Sean Fain said, and the government shutdown could soon follow. How does he message around this?
It is difficult to be president, following on your question to the representative about is she happy or a little bit sad to be back in Washington?
Yeah.
He's got a lot on his plate. And, I think we've seen, and Jordan mentioned that the president has already been engaging with the automaker leaders, with Sean Fain, with the union. I think we've seen in the past when this has come up with the railway strike and MLB and others that he engages sort of at the last minute. So I think we may hear about more of that today as we come up to this deadline. But at this point, it looks like he is going to be facing this strike. And for those reasons that Jordan went through, both the EV push and then also, of course, because Joe Biden really does need Michigan, and this can really ground those local economies in the Midwest to a halt. This could be potentially very, very difficult for him to handle. So I do think we're going to hear more about him working the phone, trying to get this together. But it looks like we are going to see a targeted strike by midnight tonight. And I have to say, Sean Fain is one of the most interesting union leaders we have seen in years, mainly, because he is one of the first democratically elected union leaders to the UAW. And boy, to watch him speak and his activism out there, it is truly, he is a force of nature. So Biden has a lot on his plate trying to get these two to find some common ground.
I didn't have to bleep him today, Rick. What does Joe Biden think of Sean Fain? What do you think?
Look, I think it's probably a nightmare every night for the last week since he got back from Asia, thinking about him. I mean, as Jeannie says, he's untethered. He's a democratically elected.
Just a note here, we're looking for a rejection on the 5-minute on HYG. Go to the HYG ticker symbol at home, and I'm watching the roll right now on the 27 EMA. Had the first rejection on that 27 EMA. It looks like it wants to bloodbath down, close a giant gap to the downside. You got Dixie ripping right now. The gap down below on HYG to be filled is at 74.77, maybe slightly higher, 74.78. Just be aware of it to the downside there. Could see a big roll coming up here. NDX coming into some previous resistance at 15,503.80 right now. Tesla trying to roll again to the downside. Apple still bullish here. VIX, its previous low is down at 1273. It's trying to hold on to itself here. We should see some violent moves up and down, or at least that's what it's saying.
Shift here in which union labor sides with Republicans. Donald Trump's asking for the UAW's endorsement in this race.
Yeah, I mean, he has been working hard for that, and rightly so. I mean, that is what our politicians should be doing. And if it happens, it would be an enormous shift. But let's not forget, and I think this is critical, if the union is successful here, if they get even a part of what they're asking for, I mean, let's remember on pay alone, they're asking for a 40% increase to match what the CEOs have made as they in 2015 and 2016 got this huge boon in terms of these auto worker CEOs. He's asking that the workers get matched and a whole bunch of other things. If he gets even a portion of that, that may be seen as a big success. And you may see people who have looked at unions, and particularly as we see openings of plants and others in the South and have not been particularly friendly to unions, they may say, hey, you know what? I want some of that. So if Fain is successful, if the union is successful, I don't know if we're going to see that shift, but it is possible. We really don't know. We are in uncharted territory here. And I think one of the brilliant things Fain has done, and I think Biden has to have some grudging respect for him, is he is holding his fire in terms of who he's going to support. And he is making the case, look, you need to win us over, and we want what we want, and we're going to push for it. And if he...
Dude, this is Bloomberg Radio of all things, too. I'm kind of shocked here that they're making these stupid fucking conversation.
But he has become quickly a powerful figure in the labor movement and in manufacturing across the country, if not the world.
Yeah. Rick, should every Republican candidate here for Congress, for president, be asking for union labor's endorsement?
Well, look, there's certainly a strain of the party who's much more populist than the past and appeal to these rank-and-file quasi-Democrats, quasi-Republicans in rural districts. Sure. I mean, that's what Donald Trump has brought into the Republican Party. That's how he's won election in 2016. And that's how people like Glenn Youngkin won the governorship of Virginia, by appealing to what was historically rank-and-file Democratic voters in the rural areas, and said, "Hey, what have they done for you lately?" And we are going to go out there and work hard for you. And so, yeah, that's happening right now. It's not the whole party, but it's a big strain of it. And it also shows a decline in the support for the Republican Party for corporate America. Corporate America has been thrown under the bus by both parties now, and so it'll be interesting to see where they turn.
Boy. All right, so let's go from one countdown clock to another. We'll find out about the strike before midnight tonight, although Fain again is talking at 10 p.m., and it might be a couple of hours before that. On the other side, we have a countdown to a potential government shutdown. At the end of this month is the end of the fiscal year. We told you yesterday, Republicans in the House blocked, a couple of them at least, blocked debate from even beginning on the military funding bill. And there are concerns that we might be a lot closer to a shutdown now than we were even 24 hours ago. The Speaker is not happy.
I showed frustration in here because I am frustrated with the committee. I'm frustrated with some people in the conference. We had the DOD appropriation bill yesterday. I couldn't put it on the floor.
Someone asked about Tesla. If you're looking for a great dip buy on Tesla, I am bullish above 271.84, so 271.84. I'd be trying to buy like 271.84, 272.93 on Tesla. Any closing half-hour bars below 271.84, you should get a halfback trade to 256.16. So any closing bars below 271.84, expect a halfback trade. Well, you have 263, and then you've got 256. So you need to hold 271. You must hold 271 if you're a Tesla bull. Does that help you out? Hopefully that helps you out here.
Compliance is what Matt Gaetz wants. And, can you just imagine Nancy Pelosi or any of our strong speakers in the past putting up with this kind of...
Dude, I'll tell you, the counter alpha here is Apple. Dude, Apple is bullish as fuck. So, dude, like just look at Apple on a 1-hour chart. It is bullish. It wants to trade 178 so bad, regardless of what Dixie HYG is saying. It's just bullish. Apple is like beast mode right now, does not care at all. Does not care at all. ARM rolling over right now, trying to get a confirmed sell. Not quite there yet, but it is looking for it. If you pay attention to the bottom chart right there, it's not quite there yet, but it is looking for it. Looking for that drop straight down to the opening price at 55.53. Keep your eyes on it. Not quite there yet. No confirmation yet to short ARM, but it is there. Just be aware of it.
All their job is being done for them, and it is a incredible failure of the Speaker's leadership not to be able to get a vote on the NDAA. I mean, this is a bill that is a must-pass. They are far behind the Senate on it. It needs to happen, and the Speaker let a number of these guys in the Freedom Caucus loaded up with all these anti-woke amendments, and now nobody will vote for it. Republicans won't vote for it. Democrats won't vote for it. I mean, it's dead on arrival. And yet they've got to pass one in order to get into a conference with the Senate to get a bill out. I mean, it's the most messed up. I mean, and that, we're not even talking about the government shutdown or the Ukraine spending bill or the other supplemental the administration asked for or any of the appropriations bills that they're waiting to pass. I mean, it is a disaster inside the Republican leadership.
Wow. That's coming from Rick Davis. We've got breaking news, and sometimes the breaker is just not a surprise. But the headline just crossed the terminal. Hunter Biden indicted on federal firearms charges in Delaware. I didn't think we were going to talk about this today, guys, but we did see it coming. Special Counsel David Weiss told us, by the way, about a week ago that by the end of the month he was going to do this. So this could be a bit of a tree falling in the woods. I don't know if this is a huge deal for the White House, Jeannie, since it was already out there. But does this make the case for the impeachment inquiry a bit stronger?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I mean, Hunter Biden lied on the form. He published a book saying he was doing drugs, and he lied on the form saying he wasn't. Any of us who did that would be held responsible. That has nothing to do with his father, beyond the fact he must feel horrible as a parent. And so Hunter Biden is going to have to, if the deal is not on the table, as it no longer is, he's going to have to face the law on that. But it has nothing to do with Joe Biden. If they are able to show a quid pro quo when Joe Biden was vice president, that would be a different story. But the fact that an adult signed a gun form saying he wasn't doing drugs and he was, that is up to him, and he's going to have to pay the price.
What do you think of this, Rick? Is it the type of headline that lands with a thud here? I expect it's all we're going to hear about for the rest of the day on Newsmax and the rest of the conservative networks.
Yeah, every day that Hunter Biden is in the news is a bad day for the President Biden reelection campaign. I mean, regardless of what else is happening around the world, there's no upside. There's no positive associated with a Hunter Biden story. And in this case, as Jeannie said, has nothing to do with the president, but it just reminds us of the trials and tribulations of Hunter Biden and the potential indictment that looms in front of the president in the House.
Does the White House say nothing on this, Jeannie? It's all they'll be asked about in the briefing or on Air Force One now.
Yeah, they're going to be pressured to respond. And I think they say the same thing they have. The president feels horrible. His adult son has battled with a drug addiction, and he is going to stand up and he is going to have to pay for what he did. And that, you know, both Joe Biden and the First Lady feel horrible, and they are feeling like he is getting better and that he is going to take this responsibility. But there's not much else to say beyond that. They have to do what Joe Biden said yesterday in Virginia, which is to say we're working for the American people and we love our son.
There you have it from Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis on a breaking story. We've just learned that Hunter Biden indicted on federal firearms charges in Delaware. The headline crossed the terminal just a couple of moments ago. Interesting talk from Ron DeSantis, by the way. Remember he said he was going to do more interviews? He's doing them. Now telling CBS News he's prepared to send missiles into Mexico. We'll hit that next as Vivek Ramaswamy, meantime, prepares to lay off 3/4 of the federal workforce. That's his plan on the trail. Next with our panel. First, let's get you up to date now. Nancy Lyons joins us with world and national news from the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Joe, you've been talking about it. Hunter Biden, the president's son, has been indicted on federal firearms charges in Delaware. This follows a plea deal that fell apart. He's alleged to have lied about his drug use on the form that is required in order to buy a gun. Hurricane Lee continues to move north in the Atlantic with winds of 90 miles an hour. Bloomberg meteorologist Rob Carolyn is tracking it.
We expect the storm to make landfall somewhere in New Brunswick or Nova Scotia Saturday morning. By that time, it will have converted from a tropical weather system to an extratropical system. But that's not to say that eastern Maine and parts of Atlantic Canada won't see winds over 60 miles an hour Saturday morning and several inches of rainfall.
Again, Bloomberg meteorologist Rob Carolyn. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is reporting back to the Senate on yesterday's lengthy discussion with tech executives concerning regulation of artificial intelligence. We get more from Bloomberg's Irv Chapman.
Schumer said when he asked participants whether government regulation will be needed, every hand went up.
We had a consensus on the need for guardrails, because just as AI can be used to design cancer cures, it could also be used to make terrible bioweapons or other dangers. And we agreed, only the government can fill the hole of creating and enforcing these guardrails.
Schumer said it will take months for Congress to study the issues and try to enact a bipartisan bill. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Wake up.
Together, we have the opportunity to build a more sustainable and inclusive future. At the Bloomberg New Economy Forum, we help make this possibility a reality by cultivating new connections among global leaders that transcend geographies, industries, and ideologies. Because when global leaders work together, the outcomes benefit all of us. Learn more at BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Heaven on earth. It's here in the mountain towns of West Virginia, draped in vibrant reds, yellows, and oranges. Some of America's most spectacular fall colors. The perfect backdrop to autumn adventure, from scenic train rides to fall festivals, and a cozy cabin waiting at the end of the day. Fall is almost heaven in West Virginia. Plan your getaway at wvtourism.com.
When you get your news from Bloomberg, you don't just get the story. You get the story behind the story. How your EV's battery may not be as green as it seems. Why a decrease in global birth rates could send countries scrambling to increase immigration. You get context. And context changes how you see things, how you change things. Because context changes everything. Go to Bloomberg.com to get context.
And text. Text and eat. Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting.
Will the Fed hold rates steady as expected? And will they keep one more hike in the dot plot?
Leaving the door open to another rate move.
Full coverage on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance.
Do we have a clear sense of what data dependency means?
The Fed rate decision and Powell press conference.
This Federal Reserve needs to be somewhat cautious.
Wednesday, starting at 1:30 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
Breaking political news from the team that knows D.C.
A breaking story, Greg Storer, Bloomberg Supreme Court reporter with us.
Bloomberg Washington correspondent Joe Matthew, along with D.C.'s most respected news team.
Jack Fitzpatrick on Capitol Hill. Brian Seekbeck with Bloomberg national political reporter. Nick Wadhams, the head of Bloomberg's national security team.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew.
More breaking news today from the Supreme Court.
Listen live weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern or on demand wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, nearly all business is international business. The same goes for business disputes. That's why the International Center for Dispute Resolution provides a faster, more efficient approach to dispute resolution across borders. Backed by the American Arbitration Association, the ICDR is the world's leading provider of dispute resolution services. Find out why global expertise matters. Visit ICDR.org.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
The market's in focus every business day. The tape podcast with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
We're worried about inflation. Everybody's going all in on EVs.
Analysis of the day's Wall Street action.
What's the thought on Apple here?
From Bloomberg Intelligence, Bloomberg Opinion, and influential newsmakers.
The bond market was the boss.
The Tape with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Bloomberg Television, first in global business news.
The markets matter, and they are moving.
Yields actually lower globally.
From New York to San Francisco.
Headlines involving Twitter.
From London to Hong Kong.
It has been a week of huge gyration.
The world turns to Bloomberg for market-moving headlines.
All eyes are on what's going on in the tech space.
The dollar really taking control here.
Bloomberg Television, the Bloomberg Business app, and Bloomberg.com. Check your local listings for the cable or satellite provider in your area. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Best level of the day right now on the S&P 500 index, back above 4,500, 4507 right now, up 39 points, a gain of 0.9%. The Dow is up 1%, higher by 348 points. We've got NASDAQ up 128. That is a gain of 0.9%. The big IPO of the day, ARM Holdings. Stock is surging now by 18.2%. We've got the 10-year 4.29%, with a 2-year now yielding 5.00%. Spot gold, $19.09 the ounce, up by 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude back above $90 a barrel, up by 2% right now. Wall Street's also keeping an eye on efforts on Capitol Hill to head off a government shutdown. Congresswoman Christy Houlihan is a Pennsylvania Democrat. She was interviewed earlier this hour right here on Sound On.
I've seen this before, and it's not pretty, and it's very, very harmful to people when it happens. So, of course, the vast majority of us would like to make sure that we avert that, and frankly, avert a continuing resolution, which is basically kicking the can down the road as well.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Sound On podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Lots of eco data today. Retail sales, producer prices both rose in August, and with more on that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The inflation data show wholesale gasoline costs rose 20% in August, pinching consumers and businesses even more. Fuel sales are tracked in dollars and cents in the retail report, not by volume, boosting the overall tally. Other retail categories held firm for now. Turning to the U.S. labor market, weekly jobless claims remain low. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And again, recapping stocks higher. S&P up 39, up now by 0.9%. 10-year yield at 4.29%. Adobe reports after the close of trading. ARM Holdings again surging in its first day out, up by 18.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
It appears one of the founding members of the Freedom Caucus in the House, a former member, has come back to support the group when it comes to a government shutdown. That would be Ron DeSantis. Thanks for joining us on Sound On, the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where Politico reports that he got on the phone for some time yesterday. Of course, Republican presidential candidate Ron DeSantis got on the phone with Chip Roy and the others, Bob Good, who's called for a government shutdown. They spent about 30 minutes talking. DeSantis told them, "I've got your back. Keep fighting." And he's out with a new ad talking about the wild spending in Washington. Very dramatic presentation.
We will stop the Congress from borrowing and spending this country.
Dude, are they still doing that stupid shit on let me know in the chat on Twitch. Are they still doing that stupid shit on Bloomberg? Like, I was kind of like that was like cancer in my ear. I haven't been listening. I had the headphones off, so and this is Bloomberg Radio, so I don't know why they're harping on all this shit. Are they still on that? Let me know in the chat if they are on Twitch. Are they still doing stupid fucking politics shit? I'm just going to turn it off now. I'm going to keep it off. If that's what they're going to fucking do. They can go fuck themselves. It's bizarre. Like, they're really good on some shit, and then they really suck at other shit. Oh, they did spend a bunch of time talking about Hunter? Yeah, like, that's got nothing to do with the fucking stock market, does it? Hold on a second. Let me see what I can find here. Hold on. Like, Bloomberg is bizarre. They're still doing the politics? Okay, I'll get rid of it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Mr. Talking Monkey. It's so bizarre too. Because it's like it's just tangent, like full port fucking tangent. Like, here, hey bro, take a left over there. Like, it has nothing to do with anything in the market. So I've got the news squawker back on again. We'll listen to that. Yeah, I don't really care. Like, I care about politics when it matters to the stock market. Like, if it's stock market related, I care. I don't care which side the arguments or discussions are over, as long as it is market related. And then, like, CNBC sometimes will go off on, like, political commentary that has nothing to do with the market, especially in the morning, early morning, but it's brief. You know, it's like, that's what I think about this, then they move on. But Bloomberg, dude, I've noticed, is like, they just go fucking full fucking left, right-hand turn, and you're like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? But left or right leaning doesn't matter. Yeah, I turned it off. If that's what Bloomberg's gonna do, I just turned it off. Make it simple. Look at ARM is just grinding here. Need more buyers on ARM. Need more demand on ARM. It's probably like some guy with like ARM shares for $1, and he's just unloading. Like, all these buyers at $60, he's probably just like, fuck this, I'm out. Yeah, the Bloomberg hasn't been, like, sometimes they're really fucking good. And like, you know, I used to listen to and I'm not a fan of Fox in any way, but their Fox Business, I've liked them more than CNBC generally. I like them more than CNBC. I wish the Bloomberg Radio was like the Bloomberg newspaper, or even the website. I wish it was like reporting of that content, even if it was opinion or whatever. Just be wary here. If you are trying to buy ARM, just watching this white line start to roll down here. You know, you're just seeing that. It's giving you a hint here that we're going down into this price range right here. So just be aware of that. We also did get the previous high right here. Whoop, that's sell right there. We tagged that one, so that's pretty good. It's good to see. And then so we had the first high. We took out this high right here. That's good to see. So that's productive. So they're going to go back down here likely and check that and see. If that holds, you should see an attempt at this previous high right here. So just be aware of that. That's this high, right? That's that PT right there. So we'll see if we get the roll or not. We're going to find out really soon because you see the 129 coming up to meet up with the 2070 EMA and the 1 minute chart on ARM. Coming back down here to check right now the 5 minute trigger on SPX. See if we're still bullish here or not. Coming into the full hour in the next 9 minutes, bears are going to want to get a rejection to the upside. You're going to want to catch a rejection here and sell this down. Doesn't necessarily need to go any lower than 450, but they want to get that, right? If you're a seller, you want to see a rejection right here. You want to break below that 450. Even if it squeezes back up, you want to get down there. This is a key moment here for bears to get below 450 by 2 p.m. By 2 p.m. here, sellers, if you want to make progress, you need to see that low below this yellow line right here by 2 p.m. 2:05, somewhere in there. So Rob, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing via Twitch. Yeah, you want to see a rejection right here. Like right now off this 1 minute trigger, you want to see this rejection if you're a seller. Bull's still in charge right now, so you should still be long here. You're just waiting for a rejection. If you get the rejection, it'll tell you at some point to begin to close your longs. If you do see a crosshair of the white line over the red line, if you do see a rejection here, it is a signal to you to close your longs. So anything like this, you'll see one more squeeze higher, and you will close your longs on this rejection right here. You close your longs right here. Right there, you'd be closing longs, just so you can see it. We'll just see what happens here. Remember not to get trapped in this garbage in here. Remember, you don't want to get trapped in this stuff right here in case it breaks up or down. Consolidation range right now on SPX on a 1 minute chart. Let's take a look at the 30-minute really quick and just look in the background under the hood and see what's going on. Yep, so right here, just on SPX, see this just holding up right now. Downside targets, 44.58, but I think it would be R2, would be your first downside target, so 44.913. But be aware we did trade off of this one right here. So my expectation would be if we did break this, we'd likely squeeze down, trade 448 and 25, somewhere down in there. Something like that would happen. We are losing velocity to the upside as well on the 15 minutes, on the half an hour, and slightly on the hourly. So just we're kind of there, kind of not the place to be putting a ton of risk on the marketplace. If you're wondering if we can squeeze from here, you also have this target right here, and you get the 5 minute trigger. There's also the there is potential here to still squeeze or squeeze to be sold here. Like big green candle, then red candle straight down. There's a lot of mechanics working in the background that could still make that happen. Still some upside risk for a squeeze. So it's not like all completely bearish at this point. Another note here as well. If you took the Disney trade down at $80, I just want to give you an update on Disney. If you did buy the $80 that we talked about on Disney, it is at resistance on the daily trigger. That daily trigger resistance is $84.25. You need to be above that number. And it has to hold above 84.27 to get bullish on Disney. If you hold above 84.27, you're going to be targeting $90.45. $90.45. Although I think you do come back and test maybe 81.26. Possibly 82.26 before you're able to get up there. You might have like a brief panic downside move and then the blast above 84.27. So if you are a Disney bull, it's getting more bullish, but there could be a pullback before the launch above 84.27. So that's Disney. We had them on a watch list, I believe, 2 weeks ago. And then we said, look for $80 to buy. It tagged 79.73 and then immediately reversed to the upside. It's smashed into the daily trigger twice now. So if there's like a quick capitulation moment in Disney and then is able to break above 84.27, you'd be targeting $90.45. And just a note here, if we break, keep your eye on this 30-minute trigger. If we do break down here, I'm going to expect the 30-minute to break, like straight through it. I'm not going to expect this 30-minute to hold. So do not use the 30-minute trigger as support if we do break here. So I would expect us, if we begin to break, that you would go straight to 447.84. Look at this nice, look at this, watch ARM right here. Check out ARM right here. Trying to bloodbath this down right here. Liquidation break on ARM, panic on ARM right now. VIX coming up to its 5-minute 27 EMA. It's looking for a break above 1305 to begin to roll the market over. So 1305, if they get above that target on a 5-minute, you will end up seeing the market begin to roll over, baby, and try to trade the R2 to the downside over here. Good question. I don't expect so if we're bullish, right? We're max bullish on the 30-minute trigger. Let's see what happens if this actually holds. Yeah, so it's not anymore. It's not anymore. It was for a minute there, max bullish. It no longer is. If you ever see, like, if we're rolling over and you ever see the 30-minute trigger saying max bullish on it, you'd expect it to break. It's right now it's at bullish, so it's improving. Time is passing. It's now at bullish. It's not as bad. So some time has passed. It's cooling off a little bit. Earlier, it was at max bullish. So it's not as bad as it was earlier. But if you come down into support and you see a support that says max bullish, don't trust it. If it says max bearish and you're coming down into it. So here's an example. So this is the 1 minute trigger. It's max bearish now. But if price was way up here and it was max bearish, then I would expect to break through it and down. So you'll see it. So if price is hot, so how do I explain this? I'm mis-explaining this. So the example would be this: if you're at if we roll here, see how it's max bullish right now? See how that trigger just flipped to max bullish? If we begin to roll here, I'm going to expect that to not hold. If this 30-minute trigger was max bearish, I would expect that trigger to hold, this 30-minute. But we would normally be going down in the market as that happens. So if we're coming down the market to the half-hour trigger and it was max bearish and not max bullish, I would expect it to then hold. I don't know if that makes any sense, but you can see all that now. That looks pretty good there. Good question. Yeah, exactly. So if you're coming down into a trigger and it's max bearish, likely can be bought. If you're coming down into a trigger and it's max bullish, it likely will not hold. It's the inverse of what you think it is. I'm with you, Barry. We could have a little bit of both of that, brother. I figured NVDA would get the shaft. I figured you'd get just money flow leaving NVDA to the new shiny ring, right? They're going to all run over and try to buy ARM and all that other kind of stupid shit. And it looks right now like they're unloading on buyers. It looks to me on ARM like someone out there has some really cheap shares and they're just fucking unloading on buyers. That's what it looks like to me. No, well, the reason it's labeled like this is because on higher time frames, like the weekly trigger, can give sustained upside or downside movement. I.e., let's say we're in 2022, right? And we were trading below the weekly and daily triggers on the way down. Those triggers should be, if they say extreme bearish and prices below it, that should mean that we have down coming for days, weeks, and months. So that's why it's an inverse relationship on the lower time frames. Do not set the tone for trend over higher time periods, but the higher time frames do. Yeah, no. Yeah. So you're talking about the free available shares that are out there. A little bit of a roll right now in SPY, baby. Almost going to get the positioning sell signal up here. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Not quite. Positioning is still long. So we'll see what it says next. Bulls, buyers holding on by a thread right now. Sellers looking for rejection off 450.28. Trust me, if we were in the inverse right now, you'd understand. The longer that you use, like, so when I first started using it with this context, it felt so incongruent. But once you use it for like a week or two, you're like, I get this now. You're like, I understand why it's labeled like this. Now you'll understand. It's a learning curve. It's definitely a learning curve. What your brain ends up doing is, so Christine, you wind up, your brain tells you to interpret both signals, and then it messes with the hardwiring of your brain. I don't know why that is, but it does. I have tried it though. I have actually tried it. Disney trying to squeeze above 84.27 right now. Disney now making a break above right now, trading 84.47. Currently trying to break up and above that 84.27 to gain a foothold. Here we go, man. Watch that bar on SPY here. Oh, I do like that. I like that. I like that max greed. I like that greed and fear. I like that. Fear and greed. Who said that? N7 lead farmer. Dig it, dude. I'll make those changes tonight. I like that. Fear and greed. Max greed, huh? I like that. Fear and greed. Good job. N7 lead farmer. What does N7 lead farmer mean? Bullet farmer? That's what I'm going to assume it means. It's also looking like it wants to grow that second leg on it, doesn't it? It's got like that tail back there in the open. Now it's looking like it wants one more leg. Dude, what is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? We're having some real wonkiness start here. Hold on here. I'm having some bandwidth issues here. Some output bandwidth issues right now on my end. Almost a bearish cross right now on ARM. Do you want to, Jimmy, you want to see, do you want to see, let me take a peek here. You want to see Dixie? ARM getting extremely bearish right now. Dude, what the fuck is going on with what the fuck is going on with, we got some real wonky shit going on right now. Having some real wonkiness in the background. I don't know. I've got some problems on my end with computing power. About to flip short here in just a moment. I can't, Jimmy. Let me see what's, I got something going on in the background right now. Hold on, Jimmy. Let me take a look. Yeah, I'm having like computing problems right now on my end, and I don't know why. I don't know if I'm getting an update in the background and don't know about it. That's what I'm assuming is happening. Windows is forcing an update on me right now. And it's really pissing me off. Yeah, I'm getting some computing issues back here. I'm getting some really wonky, like, I'm getting some, I think my computer is trying to fucking force an update. That's what I think is happening right now. I have an alert for an update here in the background, so I think what they're doing is trying to update me right in the middle of the day. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Windows. Just do it right in the middle of the daytime. Yeah, shut me down. No, it's more, I've got an alert. I've got an alert saying that my computer needs to restart for an update. Let me see here. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna try something here in the background. Give me 1 quick second here. Let me check something. Try this one, see how this one works out. Yeah, I'm still having it wants me to reset the entire fucking thing right now. You've perverted illegal operation. Yeah, I'm getting I think it was from this morning, and then I didn't do the update, and so now it's like, hey, buddy, you got to do what we're telling you to do. We'll leave it right here. Keep your eyes on ARM over here, starting to get a major cross to the downside. Downside targets on ARM include 57.94, 58 as the first target. Second target, 55.53, 58 and 55.53. HYG confirming the move lower right now. NDX now trading below its 5-minute 27 EMA, looking like a roll is coming in the market. Be cautious here. We are about to turn into selling. SPOOs down to 449.13. 449.49 first target on tap. Then we have 449.13. Nice roll on HYG. Dixie ripping faces. The NDX rolling over. VIX still rolling down, though. And Apple sitting on its 27 EMA right now. Yeah, I got it. You can't do that with Windows anymore. Well, I think maybe Windows Pro you can. Possibly can still do it on Windows Pro and Windows 11, but I'm not sure in Windows 11 if you can. I think I remember Windows 10 you could with a copy of Pro. So you're saying you can do it with some registry hacks as well. Set your network to mobile hotspot, then select only do updates when connected. Oh, on Windows 11 you can do that? Let me write that one down. I thought that one didn't hold. I thought that one got reset every once in a while. Is it real network? I think it's wired network, but I might be wrong on that when you say real network. So Jim James Twitch, there's an error. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, I'm fine on my end on Twitch. I've got Twitch open on my end. Do the Bulls lose it here? Do the Bulls lose it here? Big question. Algo's saying positioning on Spoos is still long. Still long on positioning on Spoos. Algo's not willing to give it up. I know. The Algo is like, get fucked. We're still long here. Hold my beer. I didn't hear no bell. Look at NASDAQ recovering right now. Too funny. I know. Oh, man, dude. Spy Algo's still long. It's like, fuck your shorts. Look at it. Dirty, dirty. Long short monitoring, still long on Spoos. Still long. And HYG is rolling down to close its gap right now. So I backtested that long short. It is banging, dude. It is so banging. If you're a futures trader, dude, it is so gangster. Like when it flips back and forth, it is so gangster. Tesla recovering right now with a squeeze higher. Trapping the bears right now. Tesla trapping right now. Trapping and gapping. Oh, Tesla.
So the US's Hochstein says we're seeing a record oil production in the US. So that's the White House Energy Advisor Hochstein there saying we are seeing record oil production in the US. We're also now seeing NYMEX gasoline October futures settle at $2.74, diesel October futures at $3.48, natural gas October futures at $2.71. And NYMEX WTI
Just a heads
crude
up that you
October
do
futures
have
settle
a
at
flip to short
$90.16 a
right
barrel,
now
which is up
on, just right now, you have a flip to short signal right now on SPOOs. If you can see it on the top right-hand side of your screen, that red box, you do have a flip to short positioning right now on SPOOs. They can flip back, too. They can flip back to long again, so keep your eye on this. We'll see if we get a rejection here to the downside. HYG bloodbathing right now. I think this is a bear trap. Like, I'm watching right now, like, HYG is, like, closing all of its gaps. Be really careful here of, so, Jimmy, if you're listening right now, so, like, Dixie is maxing out. If Dixie rolls up here and HYG does a really super quick gap closure down below, you could see, like, a massive bear trap. Not quite there yet, but watching it play out right now. It's like if HYG just blasts down and then instantly reverses and Dixie rolls down, it could get kind of wild in here. Could get kind of wild. Man, it looks so squeezy, Jimmy. Like, it looks, Jimmy, like, the old spider senses are like just telling me to expect an explosive move higher, man. Like a fucking face ripper, like straight to the moon. It's really bizarre, brother. It's some wild action here. It's very entertaining to watch. Like, Tesla just recovered here. NASDAQ's trying to recover. Dixie's on a high. HYG's about to close its downside gap. It could get really wild in here in just a few minutes. I'm fascinated to see if we just start fucking, so I shouldn't be swearing, but if we just start fucking ripping faces off to the upside, like 30 fucking handles straight up. I would expect this in the after hours, not in cash market. It's very rare that you see it in cash market. Like, you'll hear an adage from people where they say, if they can't get price where they want it in cash, they'll do it in the overnights, right? So if you can't get it done in cash market, up or down doesn't matter. They'll do it in overnight. So I am fascinated that they're doing this and doing this right before the close. It's 2:34 in the afternoon. You get the creepy crawly up the wall or something fucking crazy. Yeah, VIX, just so you guys know, 2 targets on VIX to the downside. $12.85. $12.73. It's Jimmy, dude. If you're out there listening, dude, this smells like My spider senses are like, man, we're gonna get like a 30 handle fucking, maybe not 30, but it's gonna be stupid. This doesn't sound right though for the time of day. If it was like after hours or something, or like we're closing, maybe like 3:45 in the afternoon, I'd expect this, but I don't know why they're doing it in cash market with still an hour and a half left. And like Apple looks bullish as fuck. Like Apple is set up for that move. Like Apple is set up to like trade 178 in the overnight. And Spoos is set up to squeeze too. It's really bizarre watching it right now. And I'll tell you what, there's a rotation going on right now into risk on assets. So XLC, XLK, there's a major rotation going on the backside of this market. And watch right now. We now have SPY was on a positioning long short, was at a short positioning, and is now once again positioned long to the upside. Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo! Oh, fun times. Oh, they're getting squeezed.
And Brent crude futures settle at $93.70 a barrel. That's up $1.82 or 1.98%.
Late in the day on ARM, the will to buy ARM looks weak right now. Looks like people are going to exit ARM right now. Oh. 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 Oh no, 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 no. So HYG coming back up and testing its 20/70 EMA at 74.89. Still has not completely closed its gap to the downside right now. Do we get an immediate reversal here on SPOOs? Tesla now just crushing. Tesla with a new high right now, trying to get up into that 280 right now. Spoos Spoos, like Spoos is wild right here to look at. Getting VIX blood right now. VIX getting some blood right now. VIX now trading 1297. Hold on, I got to do something here. I see a lot of people posting about ARM, and I don't know if they. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can post this on FinTwit for people. One quick second here. I don't want auto. Right there. Just a note to you right now, Volatility Wiz just dropped two charts on Twitter. Keep an eye on what he's showing on Twitter right now. He's also showing some kind of like unclench, gap up risk, and then a roll down and possibly a roll down and bounce as well. If you're listening right now, VIX bloodbath right now. Bloodbath and VIX right now. Bloodbath and VIX, get out of the way if you're a seller. I did repost it on my FinTwit account, so if you Google search me, Captain Jim James, I reposted VolWiz's post here, and he has a poignant chart to show on OPEX, so just be aware of that in the background. Maybe give him a like or something on his post. If you're going to go read it, give that guy a like. That guy's a gangster. Knows exactly what he's doing. One of the smartest traders I know. Him, Jedi Marcus, that whole gang of traders. Some of the best traders I know, period.
Comments from French Finance Minister Le Maire says that
Here comes that
2024 budget bill targets 16 billion euros
baby.
in savings. So the
We need some
French Finance
music
Minister
here.
revises 2024 growth forecast to 1.4% from 1.6%. A 2023 forecast, however, left unchanged at 1%. So again, the French Finance Minister says the economic forecast shows 2024 inflation expected at 2.6% after 4.9% this year. So forecast 2024 budget bill targeting again 16 billion euros in savings. So the French Finance Ministry sees the budget deficit falling to 4.4% of GDP next year after 4.9% this year, unchanged from the prior forecast.
Oh, some of this shit that I'm reading right now. Too hilarious. You got it. You got it. You want me to play the damn music? All right, hold on. Play the music as we squeeze. Boom! Who's your daddy now? Squeeze it! And the algo switched long for you and told you to take it long. Who wants that algo? Who wants that algo? Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Put that shit on repeat. There's another good one, too. Oh, there's a better one here. Hold on. I got a better one. Nah, not that one. I think that was a pretty good one. I can't remember. Hold on. Let me find out. Maybe it wasn't that one. Maybe it wasn't that one. We'll find out which one it was. Oh, yeah, that one's good. That one's good. Oh, yeah, that one's good. I'm digging it.
US stocks extend their gains, the S&P now up 1%. Try something different. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. All right, so here we go. I have to tell you guys something terrible here. No one waits for my children. My children. This is the most horrible thing. We're in the middle of a squeeze right now. I have to go pick up my daughters. Okay, so we're going to talk before I leave. I got one more minute before I got to go. So I'm going to show you two places here. I'm going to warn you one more time. They normally will not allow this squeeze. If they do allow that squeeze to go up into that bell, you are looking for 452.72, that white line right there, okay? See that white line to the upside? I'm going to be gone right now. But into the close,
452.72. I'm going to tell you guys something. Normally, but because of what day today is, because of where we are in the quarter, PT right there, 452.72. They can run this up into the close, like just run it. So be careful of the run up into the close. I'm going to leave this open for you until 4 p.m. and see what happens. Remember your rules. Listen to me. Look at the long short box, okay, while I'm gone, please. If it's long, you're long. If it's short, you're short. And if we flip back long, you're long again into that close. I really appreciate all of you showing up today. I hope this day has helped you again. Another day to help you guys out. Please like and subscribe to these videos if you find these live streams to help you. If the Discord helps you, if whatever we're doing helps you, please consider supporting the channel via donations. Likes, subscribes, whatever you can do to help keep us doing what we're trying to do over here. Let me get back on the camera here. I don't even know how to do the thing right now. The thing where you show the donate button, but yeah, whatever. You guys can figure it out. I think you click exclamation point donate, but I'm not sure. If you're not going to donate, please like and subscribe. Tell your friends. Follow me on Twitter, and I'll follow you back. I appreciate all of you showing up every day with us to trade. And you see where we're headed right now. You see 2 days using this tool and how dangerous it is. So hopefully we're going to release this bad boy to you coming up over the course of the rest of this week and into the weekend. Show up again tomorrow for another live stream. This stream will be up until just after 4 p.m. If you are a moderator, please try to moderate while I am not here. And I'm going to also switch YouTube to members comments only. So if you'd like to comment on YouTube, say goodbye, everybody, I'll see you tomorrow, something like that. You are more than welcome to do that right now. And I'm going to switch it over to members only while I'm gone here. And we will catch you guys. And this comments will be turned on at some point, I believe, once we launch this website. So the comments will be turned back on at some point. If you are a moderator, please take care. If you don't get to comment often, hello, hope you're all doing well. Avery, good to see you. And I will see all of you guys tomorrow morning. Now, I'm leaving right now. If you guys are looking for what to expect tomorrow, when I get back after 4, I'll be back by 4:10ish. I will leave the stream up and I will come back and give you an expectation for tomorrow. I'm going to warn you guys of something, okay, right now. They could easily run this up straight into the bell. Please do not try to short this. If you're trying to short this, please, I'm begging you, do not short unless that shit says short. And if it flips back long, this thing right here, you will get smoked. Follow that green box right there, okay? Follow that green. Please, promise me you'll follow that green box. Do not get caught on the wrong side. You have plenty of time to short this shit. Now is not the time, okay? Please, if you're a bear, just sit on your fucking hands for 5 minutes. And I'll be back at 4 to give you an update on what to expect tomorrow. Wait until the close, please, or that shit turns red. And if you're gonna buy a put spread, not just like short, if you're buying a put spread, you need to be under 448.19. Literally under 448.19. Be very careful here if you're a bear. Please be careful here as a bear. I'm begging you. Please be careful. I don't hate bears. If you think I do, I don't hate bears. I want bears to become buyers and sellers, bulls too. If you guys have any think I don't like sellers or something like that, that's not true. Please wait for that thing to shift to sell the market. I'll see all of you guys at 4 o'clock. We will talk about what to expect into tomorrow. I think that should be fine right there for you. I will see you guys here shortly. Good luck out there. I love all you guys, man. Thanks for any of you that have been hanging out since day fucking one. We're coming, baby. We got it. We are there.
So just keep in mind, Biden currently delivering a speech on Bidenomics. If you'd like to watch the live video, it's available on the feed. So looking now to the early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at just 7 million to the sell side, close to flat so far. So looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 7 million to the sell side. So senior US House Republicans urged the Commerce Department to toughen export controls against Huawei SMIC, citing a new advanced smartphone from Huawei.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
So looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, unchanged at 7 million to the sell side so far. Biden says I'm going to get gas prices down again. So looking now to the market on close imbalance, sitting at 2.5 billion to the buy side. So again, market on close imbalance for the NYSE, 2.5 billion to buy.
All right, I'm back. Look at ARM. Woo-wee. Look at ARM into the close right here. Oh, baby. ARM with the tag of R2 into the close. ARM, look at that. Woo-hoo. Is anybody even here anymore? Look at ARM into the close, dude. Oh, baby. Look at ARM. Let's take we got a few minutes, right? We got a few minutes here. Let me do a couple things here with you. So we squeezed up to the squeeze zone up here, right? We know that they want to sell this, right? They don't want this to happen. I want you to take note, if you're still with me right now, that the first time we hit a squeeze zone typically gets rejected. It's very normal, happens quite often. That leaves the question mark, right? Do we gap up into tomorrow? Do we pull back for VIX Crush Friday? We're going to take a look at it right now. Let's see what we can see right here. Now, just stay with me here. On this 5-minute channel right here, you see this channel? Look at this channel here. Seems like a good place to short, right? You see it right there? Seems like a decent place to short. What are you looking for? You're looking for a breakdown right here, right on R2, right? So let's look at that and see what can we deduce tomorrow. Let's take a quick look at that right now. We're going to switch over to, hold on here. I got a bunch of stuff I got to do. This is the Webull chart right here. We're going to look at SPY. Oh, yeah, bears did not get it, did they? Just bounced up, blasted up higher. And let's take a look at what the expectation would be into tomorrow. So this hourly trigger into tomorrow should be right here, okay, by tomorrow. So it's at 448.35 right now. I'm going to expect this to come into play tomorrow. And then your daily trigger, your daily trigger I don't like. It is not coming up with the market. So this daily trigger here is still down below at 445.80. Has not moved. Has not moved in any way, shape, or form. That is some cause for concern. I'm going to lower this down here. And just keep an eye on that right there for this previous low right here. All right, we were up here and now we're down here. Seller below, nothing's changed, right? Bears get nothing here, right? We've got the hourly trigger right here, right? For tomorrow. And I'm going to tell you guys something. I was just talking to a friend right now, and I said to him, I said, friend, I said, I would not short that close. I would not short that close. I'm going to show you why right now, okay? I'm going to put this on a 15-minute right here. Hold on here. And I'm going to show you something here. It's just way back here. 1 hour right there. See that right there? See this right here? Pay attention to this right here. Whoop, you got that. You got that. And we still haven't quite hit this, have we? So let's take a look here on closer inspection. So 1 hour chart. Look what that looks like. I want to tell you guys something here, okay? Into this close. If you stuck with me into this close right now, you're still listening to this broadcast. I'm going to tell you what my expectation is into tomorrow, and that is a gap up. I'm going to look for a gap up here into tomorrow and an opening price of 451.98. Somewhere in here, I expect that gap up tomorrow. Now, if we don't get that gap up tomorrow because of the rate of the hourly trigger racing up here, I'm going to expect any kind of dip to be bought to put us up here. Now, saying that if you are expecting after Friday, if you're expecting, or in Friday, you're expecting this massive roll down, I'm also going to tell you that into next week for the 19th, let's look at the 19th right here. This is when we get the Fed speaker, right? So watch me closely. Mr. J. Powell himself right here, right? I believe that's on Tuesday. So watch me closely here, okay? Watch me closely here. What's setting up? Oh, baby. Oh, baby. What's setting up here? You want to see it? It's right here. You come up here into Friday, right? You come down, wrap it up for the weekend, come back into Tuesday, right? And boom, we get planted. And I'm telling you what, dude. I'm telling you. Not only that, but that 470, that 46650, I want to tell you guys, unless J Powell has his way, let me show it to you a better way here. Oh, what's going on, SPX? What's going on? Look at SPX. Look at this for me right here, right now. If we gap up, right? If we gap up here into tomorrow, come back down here into the 19th, right? And you start doing this shit up here. This is, if you're a bear, your only hope here is that J Powell is on your side. Get what I'm saying? Do not want this happening. We talked yesterday about putting on a putback spread, I think yesterday, day before, and we had said to you that rather than short the market down here for this bloodbath, we told you if you put a putback spread on, wouldn't be so bad, would it? So watch this 455. Watch this right here. See that line right there? Whoop. You get the gap up overnight. We come back down here where the sellers are. Wait for the 19th. The old man says, eat my ass or something. And then boom, we literally run and pin that up there. Run and pin that to the upside. So be really careful of a gap up overnight tonight is my point. Just right here. Let me show it to you right now, okay? Be really careful, okay? See that right there? We just gap this up on the overnight. Whoop. Right in a Friday. Come back down, monster this bad boy down, and then you get set up for the 19th down here. So just be careful inside of here. We are there right now. I mean, we are, for all intensive purposes. Hold on a second here. I got some weirdness going on. For all intensive purposes, this is the top. Not a bad place to short, but if you see that gap up, so that we're over that plane of sellers, man, watch out, dude. Watch out into tomorrow. Absolutely watch out into tomorrow. Let me know in the chat if you are bullish or bearish into tomorrow. If you are putting on put spreads tomorrow, I can't blame you. But we're already going up, dude. They're already gapping this shit right now. It's 410 and they're already doing it to you. Look at that. They've already got you. They trapped you again right here. Oh, doggy. Oh, so I told you to watch out. Hopefully some put buyers are getting out right now, some put spread buyers. Price target for tomorrow. You ready for it? Unless the hourly trigger breaks here. I'll draw it in. We'll check it out tomorrow. We'll check it out and see. You ready? So right there, okay? Right. They're going to place it up there. Right there. So we'll see if we gap that up into tomorrow. That's the expectation. Right there into tomorrow. You don't want to see that, dude. You see that tomorrow. Like when we're doing this, one of the best things to short this shit is when it's confirmed, right? Did we break the 5 minute? Did we break this 5 minute right here? Fuck no, we didn't. So until that happens, we're still hot and running right here. There is no put buying here from my perspective. As a matter of fact, the algos are long right now, and you've got 4 minutes left. The algo is saying stay long right now, so be careful of this tomorrow. Maybe this comes back a little bit. We'll put that right there. See if they can push this up or something. Something like that right there, maybe. A little bit of weakness into the open tomorrow. Panic everybody. But I'm telling you what, that right there is there. You probably should not be shorting this close. Please don't short this close. They're looking for you right now, man. They're gonna put this shit up in the. I think they're gonna put it up in the overnight. Now, if you're a bull and you're like, I want a dip to buy cap, your dip is likely down here on Tuesday. That's your dip buy right there. If you're gonna get a dip buy, it's gonna be down there on Tuesday. Okay. You guys have all this? You good until tomorrow morning? Any questions? Oh, yeah, doggy. JPM caller. JP caller. You want to cut that all out or something like that? You want to see what's up over here? You want to take a snip of this? Oh, yeah. This would be the pain right here. You want the real pain? It's right up there. That's the real pain right there. Double top all the way down, or inverse head and shoulders in the daily. Right there, right? Whoop, down that way. I would not be shorting this. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Too strong right now. Too strong. And there's that perception. Yeah, dude. Bullish. I am bullish into tomorrow right now. I would not short this shit. Do not short this shit. So right in there, something like that. Like, be really careful of shorting this shit tomorrow. Price target before open at some point tomorrow morning. 452.81, 452.88, something like that. 452, so 452s, 453s, something like that. Woo! Woohoo! ARM, baby. I'm telling you, Arnie, ARM's not done for 5 days. 5 sessions. You guys never believe me until afterwards. Then you guys come back and you guys come back afterwards and ask if you can buy. I'm like, I don't know what to say to these guys. I love them, but I have no idea what to say to them. I have no idea what to say to you guys sometimes. I really don't. I'm like, what do I say to these guys? Like, I tell them where to buy, they don't buy. We run it all the way up, they get bullish, and then it's time to sell. So I don't know what to say to you. I love you, but ARM, same thing, right? Let's look at ARM really quick and see what they said. So ARM, let's look at it, okay? Let's look at, I said to you, as a matter of fact, I even posted this chart, right? I said buyer above, right there. Seller below, right? Came down, bounced, recovered onto this moment right here. As soon as you saw that, what would you have been there? Long as fuck, right? Long all the way up. Long all the way up. Price targets to the upside. R3. Next target to the upside, $69.99. And then we've got above that, I think that $100 is like the mental thing. I think you'll get the roll coming into $100, and then I think you're going to get one more attempt to get over it, and you might get to like 125 at max. And they're just going to unload.
So following the close of the US cash equities markets, just going to give you guys a quick market wrap of the session today. So equities climbed today as data on US producer prices and retail sales left intact Wall Street's view that the Federal...
That's not why we're gapping up. You're just making up bullshit excuses. That's why you need to put the news on. It's not why we gapped up. Okay. Sorry about that. I gotta respectfully disagree with news people. And dude, look at these buyers in the 5 minute right here. Look at that. Big buyers right here. Look at these guys smashing in, auto buying, end of quarter. Buy. Woo! Yeah, where would I own ARM for a long-term hold? I would not want to own it right now for a long-term hold. I think that whatever it hits up there at 100, 150, they're going to sell it down on you. I think they're going to sell it down right into when those people are allowed to come out of their holdings. So let's say they got 180 days or something like that to hold. They will run it down on those bag holders, and those bag holders are going to have to sell for profit or for a loss or wait until it comes back up again. I have history on my side on this. Outside of MBLY, you guys know trading MBLY? Outside of that ticker, in the last 3 years, it's not an easy thing to not like rip face and then sell. So it's not that it won't go up there, it's that they're going to sell that shit into you. I want you to remember something, okay? I talk about this in the show all the time because it's a good question. This market, outside of fraud, does not give a fuck about your fundamentals. I mean, they care to an extent. To an extent, they care. But this is a system that's gone back to the start of every market since the beginning of time. You should read a book called Hedge Fund Market Wizards. As long as there's no fraud, right, they will run tickers up and run them down regardless of what you think. You need to switch as a buyer and seller to who owns it where and where are they taking profit. It's a very important thing for you to grasp. As an investor, as a trader, I like good fundamentals, but I promise you that the markets do not trade. They trade to those when it's convenient. That's about it. Okay? That's a great question, by the way. So where would I own ARM? I'd own it right now. I'd own it right now into about $100, and then I'd look to sell it and get back in at probably, you ready for it? Like $20. More than likely $20, $30. Yeah, I agree with that. Way overvalued. It's going to go right down to the dumpster fire, and they're going to force those people to sell. Matter of fact, I'm going to give a projection here that the moment they open up where they can sell, you're then going to see mass selling and a huge price drop. And then the right people are going to be able to buy in at a very low number. $8, $10, $12, $20, somewhere in there. Would not be shocked at that. Would not blink if that happened. How long to go? Probably 180 days. If we're looking to short that, if there's a short that presents itself on ARM, we will short it. So we'll watch it until it starts to roll, and there'll be a capitulation phase. You'll see like a top. You'll see the failure to get a new high, and we will begin to sell that down together. We'll do it together. No worries. I got you guys. We'll track it closely the next week or so. It shouldn't take long. It shouldn't take long to get to $100, and it shouldn't take long to start selling it. Exactly. You look up for the lockup expiry, exactly. And then you start selling into those people, right? People will panic sell. Those people will be stuck in their shares, and they're going to be waiting for that price. They'll be like, please stay up there, please stay up there. It's going to drop below wherever they bought in, and then they're going to capitulate, panic sell, and it'll like a fucking rock. It'll drop to zero, not zero, but quite low. Yeah. We got XDiv this week too. We got XDiv. We've got OPEX. We got XDiv. We've got VIX expiry coming up next week. We've got JPOW next week. We got all kinds of shit going on next week. I'm going to tell you guys something, okay? I'm going to tell you guys something secret. I know for a fucking fact that you guys pay for services out there that told you that a market crash was coming on Wednesday. I already know. And that shit didn't happen. And that ain't the first fucking time those services have told you that either. So I want you to be aware of that. That shit did not happen like they claimed. These are people that are well respected in the community. They've probably fucking sold right into you. They were probably fucking paid to sell right into you. So just heads up out there. They fucking were wrong again. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Netflix action. I love you, Nino. I don't mean all of you, but I know some of you are watching and listening in right now, and you did. So I know you guys. Not all of you, but I know some of you know what I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about, too. I'll talk to you guys soon. Don't pay those fucking